Chapter 735. East Sea Watch. At noon on the third day after the sun went out, the north wind whistled, and the sky was dark. There was no light. The falling snowflakes were as heavy and annoying as the thin silk stockings of a beautiful woman. Well, silk stockings were supposed to be light and thin, but they were snowflakes, which made them look big and heavy. The silk stockings of a beautiful woman should make people's imagination run wild, just like the poet of the falling snow school. However, the snow in the north was like silk stockings on the big smelly feet of the strong husband of a beautiful woman. The night watchers couldn't like it no matter what. In the underground passage called Insect Path, by the night watchers, in the dining room of the night watchers, a yellow-haired young man who was as thin as a monkey licked the mashed potatoes on the plate and stomped his feet. It's so cold outside the Great Wall. I thought it was cold enough to fish barefoot in the Blackwater River. I didn't expect it to be so cold at the Great Wall with thick sheepskin boots. The tall young man on the side cleaned the plate with a piece of bread and said in a deep voice, "Although it's cold, there's food and clothes here. It's much better than sleeping on the streets and eating brown soup at King's Landing. At the Great Wall, we live like humans." The skinny young man nodded and smiled. "We're not just like humans. We're also the great heroes who guard the 7 kingdoms. Thanks to Uncle Striker who sent us here, we can be great heroes, fill our stomachs, and earn 2 silver coins at the same time. 2 silver coins a month. If we save a little, it's enough for my 2 little sisters to eat for a few months. Not only do we have to thank Uncle Striker, but also Her Majesty Danny Rise. Without her, we would have starved to death on the streets a few years ago." The tall young man sighed. The skinny young man's eyes were blurred as he murmured, "It's like a dream. When I was begging on the street, I actually met the Dragon Queen and Sir Barristan. Thanks to my good eyesight, I felt that she was very unusual at that time, so I dragged you guys to follow her." The tall young man sneered, "Come on, your eyesight is indeed good. You can see that she's a fat sheep at a glance, but unfortunately, cough cough." The skinny young man awkwardly interrupted his friend, "We were making a living under Scar Lu Bang at that time. If we didn't complete the mission, we wouldn't have any food. Jimmy, Tom, it's your turn." Hunchback Ulma walked over. His palm, which was covered in frostbite scars, slapped the greasy, thick ironwood dining table a few times. "Did you forget the time? The brothers up there are all waiting to come down to eat. Why are you still dawdling here?" Tall Tom stuffed the bread with the mutton and carrot soup into his mouth and mumbled, "Instructor, we haven't even finished eating yet. What's the hurry? Next time, it's your turn to wait with an empty stomach. Let's see if you're anxious or not." The 2 rookie night watchers stopped arguing and hurriedly handed the plates to Hogan the cook. Putting on the gloves and the cloak, they picked up their dragon teeth daggers and followed Ulma to the rope lift along the tunnel. As the creaking sound of the rope above their heads reverberated in the empty castle where the cold wind was howling, Jimmy and Tom's field of vision gradually widened. "Before coming to the Great Wall, I always thought that the red castle of that whore queen mother was the tallest building in the world." Skinny Monkey looked at the dark sky in the distance and sighed, "If it's summer and you look down from the Great Wall, you'll see the blue sea in the east, the wild flowers in the south, and the rugged hills in the west. You'll see the sea, plains, and mountains. It's unimaginably beautiful. You have the talent to be a bard, kid." Ulma glanced at him. It was unknown whether he was mocking him or praising him sincerely. "Is that so?" Skinny Monkey took his words as praise and recognition. He smiled and said, "I'm going to work hard to learn how to read and write from Scholar Hamuan and strive to become a qualified bard. Then, I'll be able to be a raven and return to King's Landing often." "Raven?" Ulma smiled coldly. The last raven was also a singer. His face was as handsome as a noble young master. His voice was like thunder with honey, loud and sweet. Guess how he's doing now? Is he a distinguished guest of the noble masters and loved by the nobles and ladies?" Skinny Monkey asked expectantly. As a singer, he's indeed very popular with women. Unfortunately, he's a night watchman and an officer who specializes in recruiting night watchmen. In the end, he didn't recruit a single person. Instead, he lost himself. Lost himself? Skinny Monkey was puzzled. He fell in love with a little bitch named Rosie and tried to take off his black clothes to elope with her. In the end, he was caught and beheaded by an old man in the old town. Boys, remember, any noble of the 7 kingdoms has the right to behead any night watchman deserter. I don't intend to be a deserter, Skinny Monkey muttered. When you yearn for the outside world, you're not far from being a deserter, Ulma said calmly. I don't yearn for the outside world. It's pretty good here. There's food, clothes, and money. Then you said before that you wanted to go to King's Landing. I have 2 sisters who live in the flea nest in King's Landing. They're so young. With Uncle Striker looking after them, I'm not worried, but it's better if I can go back and see them often. Skinny Monkey Jamie's low voice circled in the wind and drifted into the distance. Click, the iron cage rose to the top of the shaft. What took you so long? I'm starving. When the 3 of them walked out, 3 night watchmen immediately got into the iron cage while complaining. Creak creak. The iron cage slowly descended. To the east of the crane, on the city wall near the bay, a wooden hut was built for the people on guard duty. A large pot of charcoal was lit in the hut. It should have been warm and comfortable, but this was an observation post. The wooden door facing the outside of the Great Wall was wide open, embracing the wind and snow from the extreme north without reservation. The steward should give every night watcher a crystal helmet. The tall young man, Tom, complained. The helmet should be stuffed with fluffy cotton, Jamie added. You 2 summer chickens from the south, you don't know the hardships beyond the Great Wall. Ulma stuffed a piece of sour grass into his mouth and chewed while scornfully saying, guarding the Great Wall is already the easiest job. If you can't even stand this little wind and snow, how can you survive in the ghost forest alone? So, you should think of it as training, because if you go beyond the Great Wall, you'll only hate that you don't have 2 eyes in the back of your head, and you won't want to see the crystal helmet of the deviant ghost. Going beyond the Great Wall is the job of the rangers, and I don't want to be a ranger. The mortality rate of the rangers is too high, and I have to live to earn a salary to support my sister. Skinny Monkey shook his head again and again. Sigh, no ambition. The 30-year-old ranger shook his head. Rangers are the most glorious profession of the night watchman. From the kind Queen Alisanne of the past to the Dragon Queen of the present, after coming to the Great Wall, the object of high praise and admiration are all rangers. Do you think you get 2 silver coins a month because you stand guard in the wind and snow? Hee hee, that's for the rangers. You brats got a great deal because you met a rich and generous queen. Ah, the Dragon Queen also admires the rangers. Skinny Monkey could not help but be fascinated. He murmured, when my sister grows up and marries into a good family, I'll definitely, suddenly, Tall Tom shouted and pointed beyond the Great Wall. He said in a trembling voice, Instructor, look down there, what's that? What's the big fuss? Ulma stuck his head out and looked outside. His pupils constricted, and his voice came to an abrupt stop. The snow was like a thick layer of cotton that covered the ghost forest in the distance. The last touch of green between heaven and earth was also covered under the pale white snow. At a glance, the vast land seemed to be covered with a white blanket that was evenly scattered with soot. It was gray and dark. Amidst the darkness, 1, 2, hundreds of pale blue stars suddenly twinkled. It was as if hundreds of blue diamonds were embedded in the corners of the blanket. It was not bright, as if a layer of gauze was covering one's eyes to look up at the bright starry sky. It was blurry, but it was absolutely real. Bring binoculars and torches. The 2 of you, hurry up and throw 2 torches down there. Ulma seemed to hear another person using his own voice to shout hysterically. Boom huff huff, 2 sticks of firewood that were covered with kerosene burst into flames and were thrown out forcefully. Then, the two newbie night watchers heard their commanding officer let out a terrified howl. Deviant ghosts. Deviant ghost army. After receiving a large number of gold dragons from the Dragon Queen, binoculars had become a necessary item for the sentries. Therefore, the two King's Landing youths could also clearly see that the torches fell to the ground and the flames were quickly extinguished. But in the last glimmer of light, they saw the most terrifying scene they had ever seen in their lives. The densely packed corpses were like grains of wheat on the threshing floor of the land, layer upon layer, boundless. Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, hundreds of thousands of them. Jamie swore that even if the entire King's Landing gathered together, there would not be so many corpses. What was even more terrifying was that all the corpses were staring at him with their large eyes that were emitting a faint blue light. Fortunately, the binoculars were passed through by a rope and hung around the sentries' necks. Otherwise, the binoculars would have dropped from the shock just now. Are these the deviant ghosts of the legends? Why are there so many of them? Skinny Monkey Jimmy shouted with a sobbing tone. Hurry, 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 hurry up and blow the horn. Ulma urged anxiously. The two young night watchers hurriedly raised the horn. Woo woo woo, one horn meant that they were allies, two horns meant that the barbarians were attacking, and three horns meant deviant ghosts. The low and loud sound of the horn drowned out the howling north wind and awakened the massive war machine behind the Great Wall. 1,500 fully armed men in black. 1,500 people could not even cause a ripple on the battlefield of Meereen at Slave Bay, but in the Northern Territory, they were definitely a powerful force that could not be ignored. Back when Elder Xiong was still alive, there were only 1,000 night watchers on the 500-kilometer Great Wall. Due to the interference of the Dragon Queen, the Night Watchers had more than 15,000 regular soldiers. The 17 castles on the Great Wall were all guarded by guards. Almost all of the 500-kilometer Great Wall was under the surveillance of the Night Watchers. Something like the barbarians secretly climbing over the Great Wall in the past would never happen again today. Oh Inami, the deviant ghosts have launched an all-out attack. The captain of the East Sea Watch garrison, Carter Pike, said in shock. Yes, Carter Pike was from the Iron Islands and believed in the Inami. At this moment, more than 200 night watchers had already climbed up the Great Wall, and a few hundred were waiting quietly for orders on the Worm Tunnel. Kerosene bombs were thrown out from the trebuchets, drawing a fiery red trail in the air and lighting up a small part of the sky. Then, they landed on the heads of the corpses and lit up a bonfire. The white frozen fog was thick and heavy, quickly extinguishing all the flames. Chapter 736. The flames on the torches, kerosene bombs, and burning ghouls shrunk rapidly before extinguishing. There was no need for binoculars. Everyone on the Great Wall could see the scene below the Great Wall. With a simple sentence, all he could see were corpses. There were barbarians wrapped in fur, giants with their intestines torn out, night watchers in black woolen shirts, corpses with rotting clothes, skeletons without clothes, polar bears with half of their heads rotting, swaying penguins with black blood flowing out of their chests. All the corpses outside the Great Wall that could and couldn't come were here. At the beginning of winter, there were more than 100,000 barbarians. Like the Westeros, the barbarians were used to burials. Now, there were corpses buried in the ground, lying on the ground, running in the forest. Humans and beasts made up an army of 1,000,000. Attack the location of the flashing blue light. That's the eye of the deviant ghosts. Use kerosene bombs and dragon crystal arrows to attack the deviant ghosts. Carter Parker ordered. Light the beacon tower and inform the Green Guard Castle in the west. Tell Scholar Hamuan to write letters to Winterfell, the Amber family's Heathfire, the King's Landing, release all the messenger crows. Don't forget about Dragonstone Island. Inform the Bay Fleet to leave the harbor and patrol the bay along the coastline. If there's any ice on the surface of the sea, throw kerosene bombs to destroy it. Following the orders of the garrison captain, everyone from the Great Wall to the castle, the Worm Tunnel, and the Bay Pier started to get busy. Phew, it's finally here. Carter Parker heaved a sigh of relief and gripped his dragon-toothed saber tightly. He smiled sinisterly at the Great Wall and said, "I'll stand here and watch how you bastards cross the Great Wall. There are so many of them. Perhaps they can climb up in a human pyramid." Ha ha ha. An old knight with a black and white boar emblem on his shiny armor laughed loudly. He was Earl Roland of the River Bend Chicken Hall. In response to the Dragon Queen's call for a united front against the deviant ghosts, he donned black clothes and went north to the Great Wall. There were at least 400 to 500 noble knights like Earl Roland who had come to the Great Wall in recent years. They solved the problem of the Night Watchers lacking in high-ranking officers. The knights who came to the Great Wall willingly without any worries were the backbone that the Night Watchers could rely on. As a veteran general, Count Roland knew what he needed to do at this time to relax the tense nerves of the young men. Old Wulma guessed his purpose and joked loudly, "Perhaps, their strategy is to exhaust our arrows and kerosene. Therefore, they are lining up and standing below as targets for us without saying anything." Ha ha ha. After a short while, a series of hearty laughter sounded from the Great Wall under the lead of a few veteran soldiers. As they laughed and laughed, the soldiers gradually calmed down, and they began to throw kerosene bombs and dragon crystal arrows in an orderly manner. Until the deviant ghosts below changed again, rustle, rustle, rustle. The corpses that had been motionless before seemed to have received an order. They moved to the left and right in unison, revealing a 10-meter wide path. A gust of cold white fog came from the end of the road. The wind became even colder. The freezing fog became even thicker. The Night Watchers seemed to see two small blue lanterns looming in the white fog, slowly approaching the city wall. "There's a big guy coming." Wulma's expression was solemn as he knocked an arrow on his bow. The oilcloth wrapped around the arrowhead ignited on the brazier. With a whoosh, the arrow flew 600 meters away, with the 200-meter height of the Great Wall. "Ah!" Seeing the scene below, everyone exclaimed in unison. It was an army. They were all wearing neat and tidy ice crystal armor and had silver hair that floated like seaweed. They were all deviant ghosts. There were more than 100 of them. These deviant ghosts rode on black spiders the size of buffaloes and followed behind a deviant ghost with an umbrella handle on his back. It was as if the noble knights were following the king on an expedition. Count Roland suddenly understood and said in shock, "Deviant Ghost King. The leader is Deviant Ghost King. Attack, everyone. Quick, quick. Kerosene bombs, dragon crystal cannons, arrows, cover that bastard." Carter Parker came to his senses and pointed at Deviant Ghost King as he roared ferociously. Unfortunately, Deviant Ghost King was not stupid. He stopped 500 meters away from the city wall, and a snowstorm gradually rose around him, breaking all the stray arrows and crossbow bolts that flew toward him. The storm also blocked the vision of all the Night Watchers. After about 2 rounds of attack, a low sound, as if someone was stepping on a thick piece of glass on a cement road, suddenly came out of the storm around Deviant Ghost King without any resistance. Hearing that sound, the Night Watchers subconsciously entered a trance. They only felt that their souls were being clenched by a cold hand, frozen into ice, and then crushed into ice shards. Then, the most terrifying thing happened. It was not only their souls that were being clenched, but also the 200-meter-tall Great Wall under their feet. Crack, the first crack appeared, and the first sound of a glacier breaking came. The people on the Great Wall did not notice it, but the Night Watchers who were busy preparing for battle in the castle square saw it. Because the crack was like a cut on a baby's face, a deep crack that was hundreds of meters long appeared on the gray-white ice crystal wall. It was so obvious, so outstanding, and so shocking. Before they could scream, crack 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 crack, the second crack, the third crack, the fourth crack. In the blink of an eye, the mountain-like ice crystal wall was full of cracks. Visible to the naked eye, a thick and low black cloud gradually covered the Great Wall. It was like the Great Wall was a child lying on the ground, and then a mother covered it with a thick blanket. Crack boom, purple-red lightning flashed in the black cloud like a spiderweb. Ah, the lightning above their heads and the crack under their feet made all the night watchers on the Great Wall guess what was going to happen next. They opened their mouths one by one and let out meaningless, but terrifying screams that were the last of their lives. Of course, there were also night watchers who reacted quickly and ran to the east. There was a bay in the east. Boom, the first piece of ice that was as big as a roof broke off from the wall and fell from a height of 100 meters, crashing into the East Sea Watch Castle. The dozens of night watchers who were carrying supplies by the rope rack did not even have time to scream before their heads were smashed by the ice and then drowned. This was just the beginning. Boom, crash, the first piece of ice that broke off was like a domino. The ice walls and even the wooden ladder built by the night watchers on the ice wall collapsed and slid down. A thick layer of ice fog began to pour into the land. The wind became stronger and colder. In just 10 seconds, the night watcher's castle behind the East Sea Watch Castle was covered in ice. Boom, finally, the ice fell off, revealing the bricks and boulders inside the Great Wall. It was as if there were 10,000 detonators buried in the wall, arranged in a row and detonated one after another. The black cloud above the Great Wall grew darker and thicker, and the lightning net as thick as a finger grew denser. The first muffled sound came from the bottom of Seal Bay, and then from east to west, the Great Wall began to explode continuously. In fact, there was no explosion, but the momentum and sound of the Great Wall collapsing was too shocking, as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. The Great Wall is collapsing. Am I dreaming? In Seal Bay, the sailors on the 15 patrol boats stood on the deck in a daze. Looking at the collapsing Great Wall, they felt as if their hearts had been pulled out of their warm chest and thrown into the cold sea. They were drained of all their strength by the horrifying scene in front of them. They sat on the deck, wailing in despair. In the north of the Great Wall, the ice storm surrounding the King of Deviant Ghosts had dissipated, revealing a towering, deviant ghost. He had the same grayish-white wrinkled skin as the other deviant ghosts, but he did not have seaweed-like silver hair. On his bald head, 9 sword-shaped transparent icicles grew, as if 9 small horns had grown on his head. The icicles circled around his head like a natural crown of thorns. The 9 icicles crown openly announced his identity to all living beings, the King of Deviant Ghosts who would bring endless calamity to the world. He was blowing a horn as long as his arm, inlaid with black copper. If Sam or John were here, they would be able to recognize the origin of this horn at a glance. Under the guidance of the dire wolf, John found it under a boulder at the Ancestor Fist Peak. Because he could not blow it, he gave it to Sam as a souvenir. Sam had also been carrying it with him. When the Ancestor Fist Peak encountered deviant ghosts and corpses for the first time, the night watchers threw away their armor and fled pathetically. Sam even lost himself, but he still carried the horn. After leaving the Great Wall and going south to the Old Town, he carried the horn with him. When he was in Bravos, he carried the horn. When he was on Dragonstone Island, in front of the Dragon Queen, he still had the horn in his bag. In the end, Fatty Sam carried the horn to the Old Town. To be honest, if you asked Fatty, the horn is old and broken, and it's only a piece of brass inlaid on a black horn. It's not worth anything at all, so why do you always carry it with you? Fatty would definitely be at a loss. Yeah, why do I have to carry this broken horn? In any case, when he was in the Old Town, the horn should have been the furthest away from the deviant ghosts beyond the Great Wall. But it was lost. A dead pigeon with glowing blue eyes bit a ferocious raven the size of an old hen to death. That raven happened to fly over the head of Sir Ace, not more than 100 meters away. Then, the raven's eyes glowed blue as it flew into Sam's bedroom. It found the horn with familiarity and brought it back to the north, back to the Great Wall. The moment it crossed the Great Wall, under the effect of the evil suppression array, the raven was dismembered into a pile of broken limbs and rotten flesh. However, it flew at an altitude of more than 1,000 meters and carried a huge initial speed towards the north. At this moment, the law of magic retreated. It was time for Teacher Newton to appear. Flying at an altitude of 1,000 meters, initial speed of 50 meters per second, the speed of the fastest pigeon on Earth, the acceleration of gravity was similar to that of the Earth. Then, could the raven's corpse and the horn carried by the seeds cross the Great Wall that was 200 meters high and 20 meters wide? Chapter 737. The once worn and cracked horn and the brass covered in a layer of green copper filth flashed with dark red and icy blue runes in the hands of the king of strange ghosts. It was sacred and majestic, filled with a sense of power that suppressed one's soul. This was the real Horn of Winter. Legend had it that it could awaken the underground giants and cause the Great Wall to collapse, the Horn of Joman. Back then, Mance Rider had turned into Boss Chow and led a group of tomb raiders along the Frost Tooth, the mountain with the best feng shui outside the Great Wall, but they had never found Joman's tomb. Perhaps it was because he lacked Hubai's skills and the young man's rich, archaeological knowledge, but even after opening Joman's tomb, Mance Rider was unable to identify the bones. In the end, Mance found a mighty and domineering Horn of Giants from the tomb of the Giant King. Although the Horn of Giants was domineering, it was superficial. When the savages were negotiating with the Dragon Queen, Mance had used the horn to threaten her. We savages also have a trump card. Don't push me too far, or I'll blow down the Great Wall and perish with you Southerners. The Dragon Queen crossed her arms and raised her chin slightly. Her eyes were full of sarcasm as she sneered. If you have the guts, then I'll stand here and let you brag. Let's see if you can blow down the Great Wall. Mance withered. Later, when Danny was about to subdue more than 100,000 savages outside the Great Wall, Erluz suddenly appeared and led 1,000 cavalrymen to pick her peaches. The huge horn also became Melisandre's trophy. Then, she burned it and offered it to Lalo. The Horn of Winter was a mythical item that rarely appeared in the legends of the northern region. It was only circulated among the savages outside the Great Wall. Well, the savages outside the Great Wall had always believed in its existence. Otherwise, Mance Rider would not have spent so much effort to find it. But south of the Great Wall, even the northerners did not believe that a horn could blow down the Great Wall. So, from the beginning to the end, Danny did not take the Horn of Winter to heart. It would be wrong to say that Danny was misled by the fact that the Horn of Winter did not collapse the Great Wall at the end of Game of Thrones. She had witnessed the entire process of Brandon's construction of the Great Wall from the beginning to the end. No one had ever left a back door in the Great Wall's spell formation. The Horn of Winter had never appeared. Even Brandon, the city builder, did not leave any backup plan. How could the barbarians beyond the Great Wall have the Horn of Winter? Danny was not the only one who did not care about the Horn of Winter. John, Melisandre, Paris-Tan, the history professor, and even all the night watchers on the Great Wall did not think that a horn could blow down the Great Wall. But now, they were collectively slapped in the face. The bugle horn had appeared. It appeared a few years ago, but unfortunately, no one blew it. Or rather, it didn't fall into the hands of the Dragon Queen or Melisandre. The person who was capable of discovering its peculiarity had never seen it before, and the person who had been holding it was a muggle, incapable of identifying its peculiarity. Putting away the horn, King of Strange Ghosts waved his hand at the huge gap in the Great Wall. Buzz, 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 the densely packed army of ghouls was like the clone army in Star Wars, Attack of the Clones, a huge army phalanx. Without saying a word, silence charged forward quickly. It was as if an ocean of silence had appeared north of the Great Wall. The gray waves surged over the tall mounds left behind by the collapsed Great Wall. It was also as if God had poured a bottle of gray ink mixed with light blue dots from the sky. The ink spread out on the ice and snow of the northern region at a terrifying speed. The small fishing village behind the East Sea was the first Westeros village to be drowned by the tide of ghouls. The lights were extinguished in the thick white cold fog. Before the dying screams of men, women, the elderly, and children could dissipate in the dark storm, they opened their eyes that emitted blue light and became part of the ghouls' army. How did this happen? How did this happen? How did the Great Wall collapse? Ulma was drenched. His wrinkled old face was blue from the cold. He knelt on the deck of the longship and muttered absent-mindedly. The waves caused by the glaciers and boulders on the Great Wall slid into the sea gradually subsided. The Seal Bay fleet also fished out a dozen men in black brothers from the cold sea. Ulma was one of them. When the cracks first appeared on the Great Wall, Ulma, who had 30 years of experience as a ranger, sensed the danger. Just like the countless dangers he encountered in the haunted forest, he immediately found a way to survive. He ran east and jumped into Seal Bay. Not only did he jump, but he also shouted for all the night watchers to jump with him. I jump, you jump. Indeed, many people jumped. However, when they jumped blindly, they completely forgot that they were wearing heavy steel armor. When a lump of metal fell into the sea, the result was predictable. Yes, it was worse than jack and shredded meat. Sob sob sob, Jamie, Jamie, don't die, sob sob. Beside Ulma, the tall youth Tom hugged his companion and sobbed. Skinny Jamie and tall Tom did not have the right to wear steel armor. They only wore the night watchers' standard woolen sweaters and leather armor. They were lucky enough to escape the disaster. However, Skinny Jamie was unlucky. When he surfaced, his head was accidentally crushed by a block of ice the size of a door. He sank into the sea at once. When Tom found him and dragged him onto the deck of the longship, Skinny Jamie was already on his last breath. Sister, my sister. Skinny Jamie murmured mournfully. His eyes gradually dimmed. Sob sob, your sister is my sister. As long as I'm alive, I'll send all my salary to your sister, except for the money to go to Mole Village, Tall Tom said as he sobbed. Thank you. The divine light in Skinny Jamie's eyes was extinguished. Then, it shone brightly. His eyes were brighter than when he was alive. Jamie? Tom touched his companion's face and asked in confusion, why did your black eyes turn blue? Blue? Beside him, Ulma felt a chill run down his spine. He was jolted awake from his daze. Be careful, ooh. But his warning was still too late. Skinny Jamie seemed to have awakened the strength of King Kong. He suddenly reached out and grabbed Tom's right hand that was caressing his face. Then, he sat up straight. Under Tom's confused gaze, he opened his mouth and bit down on his throat at lightning speed. Pust pust pust. Warm blood sprayed all over Skinny Jamie's face. He did not care. He sucked the blood in big mouthfuls. He tore his throat muscles and chewed hard. What are you doing? Tom's face was pale as if it was covered in lime powder. He leaned his chin weakly on Skinny Jamie's shoulder and murmured in confusion. The divine light in his eyes gradually dimmed. Then, clang. Skinny Jamie pushed his companion away. His eyes that were emitting blue light looked at Ulma. He stopped nibbling on Tom because Tom had become his companion again. Slash. Before Tom and Jamie pounced on Ulma, a black thunderbolt suddenly flashed past. Then, the heads of the two dead people were torn from their necks. Their headless corpses fell to the ground and did not move anymore. Screw the deviant Ghost King's ass. A muscular man in black armor with a shark's emblem on his chest walked over from behind Tom and Jamie while waving his blood-stained dragon-tooth blade. He laughed loudly and said, "We have finally confirmed a piece of good news. The dragon-tooth blade invented by Dragon Queen is indeed very effective." This was the longship of the East Sea Watch Navy. Ulma, Tom and Jamie were not the only ones on the warship. It was already an accident that Jamie attacked Tom and bit him to death. The night watchers on the warship could not just stand there and watch the zombie ghost bite Ulma to death. As for this muscular man with a shark's emblem, he came from the Three Sisters archipelago. He was the current head of the Tottern family on the Little Lady Island, Count Alexander. After the Dragon Queen launched the United Front against ghosts, the Night Watchers of the Great Wall could be said to be filled with knights and counts. Like Count Roland, who had sunk into the sea, Count Alexander took the initiative to pass his title to his eldest son. He brought his warhorse, armor, rations, military equipment and other resources to the Great Wall. He donned a black robe and became a glorious night watcher. It's over. It's all over. Ulma shook his head and sighed. So what if the dragon-teeth dagger is effective against deviant ghosts? Now that the Great Wall has collapsed, deviant ghosts are flooding into the Northern Territory. The Northern Territory is finished. The 7 kingdoms are finished. Count Alexander held the hilt of his dagger and stared at the endless zombie tide that passed through the Great Wall's defensive line. He smiled bitterly and sighed. The collapse of the Great Wall is not something we can handle. Quickly go to Dragonstone Island and invite the Dragon Queen. Dragon Queen. Ulma's dim eyes gradually brightened. Not zombie ghost. It was the light of hope. Yes, quickly go to Dragonstone Island and invite the Dragon Queen. She will definitely be able to turn the tide, he said loudly. There's also the Child of Prophecy, a sailor behind Count Alexander reminded softly. We have 2 saviors. Saviors. Ulma's white beard trembled a few times. Stannis and Jon Stark must be notified. I only hope that they can really be of some use, he said with uncertainty. Merciful Mother of God, quickly retreat. The sea is starting to freeze. A sailor on the longship ahead shouted in fear. Boom boom, boom boom. Then, there was the sound of the catapults on the ship throwing oil cans. The oil cans fell and exploded into balls of strange green flames on the sea surface. When Dragonstone Island transported dragon crystals to the Great Wall, they had also sent over a dozen alchemists. They had created many wildfire bullets with Tyrian oil for the Night Watchers. Dany was worried that the deviant ghosts would use ice chisel ships to cross the bay. The wildfire bullets were specially prepared for the navy. On the frozen sea surface, the green flames could also burn. While melting the thin layer of ice, it also lit up the surroundings for the sailors behind. Thick, white, frozen fog poured in through the gap in the Great Wall and spread toward the south and the sea surface in the east. The once turbulent, dark seawater became as quiet as a virgin in the frozen fog. A layer of grayish-white frost condensed on the surface of the dark seawater. The thin layer of frost solidified into deep, milky white ice in the frozen fog. It was as if an ice queen named Elsa was slowly walking over. The sea was frozen in front of everyone's eyes. Quickly retreat. The deviant ghosts are coming over on the ice. Count Alexander shouted in fear. All the rowers got into position and paddled with all their might to avoid the thick ice that was spreading toward them. At the same time, wildfire cans were thrown out from the deck to burn the frozen sea surface and stop the army of corpses that had no fear or pain. However, the speed at which the ice was spreading seemed to be faster than the rowers. It was also their fault for getting too close to the shore in order to save people. Splash rumble. Something strange happened again. A rumbling tsunami swept up from the depths of the ocean behind them and attacked the shore. Then, a crazy ballad came from the cabin. Under the sea, the mermaids drink starfish soup, and the servants are all crabs. I know, oh, Patchface. Ulma was shocked. Chapter 738. Under the Great Wall, the treasure is glowing. Everyone wants it. I know. Everyone wants it. I want it. He wants it. You want it. I know. Ooh, a fat clown walked out of the cabin shakily. He had a wide and swollen face and a large hairless head. His face and scalp were covered with red and green checkered tattoos. It was as if his skin was the floor of a toilet. Workers had then pasted red and green tiles on the floor. If there were any Volantis people here, they would be able to tell at a glance that the tattoos on his face represented his identity as the clown's slave. Perhaps in the past, anyone who saw his exaggerated clothes and strange tattoos on his face would laugh at him as if he were a clown. But at this moment, the patched face still had an exaggerated expression on his fat face. He still walked with a comical posture and was singing an irrelevant ballad. However, his eyes were glowing with a golden light, and there was a powerful aura around him that made people unable to breathe. Patched face, why are you here? Count Alexander, why are you on the ship with a patched face? Ulma asked in surprise. He wasn't here before. My ship is a warship. I won't allow a clown to board it. Count Alexander looked at the clown warily. He waved the dragon-tooth blade in his hand a few times and shouted, "Hey, clown, why are your eyes glowing? Have you become a zombie? Stand still and don't move. Otherwise, I'll split your big head open." Ooh ooh ooh, under the Great Wall, the wind is blowing. The wind that I've been waiting for is here. Riding the wind, the ship is sailing far away. Ooh ooh ooh, I know, I know. The time to find the treasure has come. The patched face waved his arms and twisted his fat body. He danced and sang loudly as if there was no one around him. Hey, clown, I'm asking you a question. Boom. Crash. Count Alexander took 2 steps forward and asked loudly. Suddenly, a 5-meter-tall wave came from behind and covered the deck of the longship like Mount Tai. The 20-meter-long ship rolled in the waves, like a surfer who had accidentally gotten caught in the waves. Count Alexander, Ulma, Patchface, and the sailors on the ship all fell into the cold water. Speaking of which, it was strange. There were 17 or 18 longships around, but Count Alexander's ship was caught in the waves. Yes, the tsunami that came from the deep sea far away only knocked down this one boat. Under the Great Wall, my baby is glowing. I'm here, he's here, you're here too. All of us want it. I know, I know. Oh, 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 when Ulma once again struggled to poke his head out of the waves, he happened to hear Patchface's cheerful voice. Floating and sinking with the waves, he quickly moved toward the collapsed Great Wall on the shore. 7 gods above, that's a monster. When the huge wave that overturned their ship approached the ice in front of them, Irma was shocked to see that the patched face was actually standing on the top of the wave with the help of the green light of the wildfire. It was as if he was riding the waves. The surging waves also shattered the layer of ice that had just formed on the surface of the sea. The ghouls on the ice were swept into the sea, freeing the longships that were stuck in the ice. The other 14 warships of the Night Watch took the opportunity to escape the coastal waters. Help! Then, the old ranger heard the cries of Count Alexander and the sailors. Help! He shouted as well. In the darkness, if he did not shout loudly, there was an 80% chance that he would be ignored by the rescue ships. After a long struggle, the old Night Watch in his 60s was hooked onto the deck by a sailor for the second time. Leave this place, leave immediately. I have an ominous feeling that something even more terrifying will happen in the East Sea Kingdom. Wrapped in a thick blanket, Irma urged anxiously. We are leaving Eastwatch Pier as quickly as possible, a knight on the ship said in a deep voice. There was no need for the old ranger to remind them. The layer of ice that had quickly spread on the surface of the sea had already forced all the sailors to speed up and escape. Don't enter the depths of the sea. Stay close to the coastline and head south, Count Alexander reminded. Understood, Lord Count, the knight replied and began to turn the rudder. That wave just now seemed to be Patchface doing, Ulma said to Count Alexander gloomily as he huddled by the stove in the cabin. Isn't he Stannis's jester? What is he doing? The Count asked in confusion. I saw him stepping on the waves like a god of the sea controlling the waves. You must be seeing things. That's a clown. Many people in the 7 kingdoms know him. Count Alexander shook his head. You've heard of him. Then do you know the origin of Patchface? Alma asked in a low voice. Stannis had been depressed since he was young, and his parents rarely saw him smile. His father, Theon Bella, had accepted a mission from the Mad King and gone to Volantis to find an ancient and noble princess for Rhaegar. He had accidentally discovered the clever Patchface and bought him, hoping that this clown would bring joy to Erlu. The 13-year-old Erlu and his brother, Robert, were welcoming their parents back at Dragonstone Island. Theon Bella and his wife had already seen their son on the pier and was still standing at the bow of the ship, smiling and waving at them. Then, disaster suddenly struck. Under the clear sky, a huge storm suddenly appeared on the surface of the sea. Erlu could only watch as his parents died in the waves. This kind of dramatic incident was too shocking. Since then, Erlu had never smiled. At the same time, he began to hate the 7 gods who had cruelly taken away his parents. The 7 gods who were 7 logs were definitely innocent. But when Westerners complained about the unfairness of fate, they would definitely curse God and not the Jade Emperor. Similarly, Wukong would only shout, "I want all the gods and Buddhas in the sky to vanish into thin air." He would not say to Tathagata, "I want God and Allah XXX." This did not make sense. Tathagata would also be confused if he heard it. Erlu's entire family believed in the 7 gods. After encountering such a tragedy, of course they would hate the 7 gods. In that incident, hundreds of sailors, including the Duke and his wife, all died. Patchface was soaked in the sea for 3 days and 3 nights. His skin was sticky and cold, and he did not even breathe. Before he was buried, he suddenly coughed up a puddle of water and came back to life. Everyone said that he had been to the Anami's palace and learned how to breathe underwater under the guidance of a mermaid, Alma said mysteriously. Count Alexander was skeptical. He asked, Stannis and his family went to Winterfell. Why did this jester stay at Eastwatch? Back then, Queen Sealis left Eastwatch with Commander Jon. Oh, with Duke Stark. Patchface suddenly disappeared. Princess Shireen was so anxious that she cried. Time waits for no one. An army of thousands would not delay their journey for a jester. 3 days after Princess Shireen left, Patchface was found by the villagers in an abandoned cellar in the neighboring fishing village. The jester fell into the cellar and could not climb out. He was stupid and did not know how to call for help. If the farmers did not hear his singing, he would have starved to death. Speaking of this, Alma could not help but look suspicious. It's too coincidental. Perhaps, the jester did not want to leave. He said that there were treasures under the Great Wall. You have lived under the Great Wall for decades. Do you know what treasures there are under the Great Wall? Other than ice and mud, even rats are rarely seen, Alma said with a frown. That's it. Count Alexander spread his hands. Patchface is a retard. Whoever believes what he says is a retard. But huff, 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 the longship suddenly shook violently. The furious howl of the wind passed through the thick wooden planks of the cabin. It was like the roar of a deity beside one's ear. It was deafening and stirred one's spirit. Alma held on to the cabin wall and tried his best to stabilize his body amidst the violent shaking. Seal Bay is blocked by the huge Skaggs Island. It has always been peaceful, he said, puzzled. Tornado. The storm is heading towards Eastwatch. On the deck outside, the sailor shouted in horror. Alma and Count Alexander were puzzled. They walked unsteadily to the cabin door. There was no need for them to ask. They saw the tornado that the oarsman had mentioned at a glance. On the surface of the sea in the northeast, a huge wind pillar that connected the sky and the sea rose. It seemed to be moving towards the area where the Great Wall of the East Sea had collapsed. Count Alexander swallowed his saliva and shouted in the wind, "Oh my God, the sea situation on Missy's Island is already dangerous enough, but I have lived for more than 40 years, and I have never seen such a huge tornado. It seems like even the dark clouds in the sky have been scattered. Ah, quick, row harder. Leave this place quickly. The Dragon King's wings has been swept into the sky. The sailor shouted in fear. More than 10 longships sailed south on the sea. Naturally, some were fast, some were slow. Some were in front, and some were behind. The speed of the tornado was too fast. The last longship could not dodge in time. Like a willow leaf, it was swept into it without any resistance. But it was not a willow leaf. It was a 20-meter-long ship. The sky was dark, and snowflakes were falling. The range of vision was limited. Soon, the tornado came ashore and moved quickly inland along the Great Wall. The rumbling sound was still ringing in their ears, but its huge body gradually disappeared under the dark sky. Buzz, the next moment, there was a buzzing sound in the sky. The low, dark clouds were scattered, and a ray of yellow sunlight shone. 7 gods above, first it was the heavy snow and icy fog brought by the deviant ghosts, then it was the tsunami and the storm. Now, even the sun is out. What is going on? Ulma was at a loss. It seems like it is noon now, Count Alexander muttered. The sky beyond the Great Wall is dark. The day is like night, and the night is even darker. I have almost lost my sense of time. I haven't seen the sun for a long time. But the sun is so dark. The sailor on the deck who was rowing hard shouted in confusion. Caw 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 caw, with the thin, yellow sunlight, everyone saw a large flock of crows flying over from the northwest like a dark cloud. The snow continued to fall. Waves hit the Great Wall that had collapsed by the sea. The tornado moved along the mountainous remains of the Great Wall. A shallow ray of sunlight shone on the ruins of the Great Wall like a light beam on a stage. 3,000 crows flew between the tornado and the light beam. They did not stray too far from the collapsed Great Wall. While Ulma and the others were at a loss, they saw a star that emitted a green radiance rising from the dark land. The green radiance was faint. With a single glance, they could feel a holy, vast, majestic, and divine aura. Ulma, who believed in the 7 gods, fell to his knees with a thud. He felt as if he was facing the arrival of the Holy Father. The Count of the island, who believed in the Inami, felt as if he had seen the Inami descend to the mortal world. He also knelt on the deck. After that, the people of the sea who believed in the storm god and the people of the northern territory who believed in the old gods saw the green star. They felt as if they had seen the gods in their hearts. Their hearts trembled, and they could not control themselves. Chapter 739. Roar, roar, ah, gua, the green star rose from the ruins of East Sea Watch. The next moment, several earth-shaking roars exploded around the green star. It wasn't the sound of nature, but the roars of the gods. It wasn't a metaphor. It was the roars of the gods. Even though they were more than 10 kilometers away from East Sea Watch, the roars still echoed in their ears like thunder. At first, it sounded like the sound of wind, waves, crows, earthquakes, and the sky collapsing. But gradually, all the night watchers heard the agitated and majestic emotions in the natural sounds. They heard laughter and anger in the wind, 2 contradictory emotions that existed at the same time. They heard it. Then, they felt dizzy and their ears buzzed. They heard, in the rush of the waves, hatred and joy, 2 simultaneous and contradictory emotions. They heard them, and then their souls were stirred and their ears bled. They heard the adoration and longing in the cause of the crows. They heard it, and then their souls felt as if they were hit by a speeding truck, and then again, until they lost consciousness and fell to the deck with a plop. 90% of the sailors had fallen. Only the most determined warriors were left. In the cold fog, they heard the soul-tearing screams. It was like blades scraping glass. It had been scraping in their ears for 10,000 years. They hugged their heads and wailed. They would rather pass out. There were many other sounds, but they couldn't distinguish them. They didn't hear it wrong. It wasn't just the sound of nature. It was the roars of the gods, laughing, cursing, begging, and King's strange ghost was there. Inami came riding the waves. The storm god rode a tornado. Bran, the crippled three-eyed crow, was riding the crow. Even the king of light, Rollo, parted the thick clouds and descended upon the gates of the human world with his radiance. Other than them, there were many gods and devils. They either put in their will, lurked in the magic tide as spectators, joined the battle personally, or hid on the side, ready to reap the benefits. It could be said that the gods and devils in the Song of Ice and Fire world who were qualified to intervene had put in at least one consciousness. Those who weren't qualified and didn't have the ability but had the desire had been paying attention to this matter. Well, except for the new 7 gods. The Dragon Queen was barely qualified to participate, but she knew very little about ancient secrets and had no idea what was under the Great Wall. Therefore, she set up a reclining chair in the garden on the top floor of the Great Pyramid. She wore casual silk clothes and pants, barefoot, and enjoyed the increasingly rare sunset glow. Actually, it was the afternoon. The centaur maid Jichi massaged her while Iri fed her grapes, dates, strawberries and other fruits. There was also Xiao Wu floating in the air, singing a melodious ballad. A dozen other musicians had prepared harps, pianos, trumpets, violins, drums, and other musical instruments to accompany Xiao Wu. On the lawn of the opposite garden, there were 16 beautiful young girls with slender willows and graceful figures. From the wind back to the beautiful sleeves, the sun reflected the flowers, presenting a graceful dance to the Dragon Queen. The 5 Megalosaurus, Dahe and Little Green, were lying on the thick and low walls of the garden. They squinted their eyes and enjoyed the rare sunshine with their mother. After the great battle of Myrene, the Dragon Queen began a carefree life that she had never experienced before. Master God, I am the storm god. Without the song of wind, what kind of storm god am I? Give me your last inheritance. The eye of the storm howled at the green star. Master God, there is no smoke without fire. I am the Inami. Without the song of wind, how can I control the sea? Master God, please choose me as your successor. Amidst the waves, Patchface's eyes shot out 3 feet of golden light as he looked at the green stars and roared into the sky. Sigh, you have become true gods. You are no longer my vassal gods. A tired and weak voice came from the green star. It was the door god. No, Master God, I will always be your vassal god. You will always be my master god. The patched face and the eye of the storm were overjoyed when they heard the door god's response. Well, since you still think of me as your master god, then. The door god panted weakly and said slowly, then I declare in the name of the master god that you can leave. Inami, storm god, if they could materialize into human form, their faces would be twisted. The patched face was dumbfounded, and the tornado almost froze for a moment. Your inheritance. The patched face mumbled. You have nothing to do with it. The door god's weak voice was tinged with impatience. The patched face and the eye of the storm fell silent, but they did not leave. Old friend, you did the right thing. Your inheritance cannot be left to those 2 incompetent evil gods. The sun shone brightly, illuminating the ruins of the East Sea as if it was daytime. Well, it was close to noon. It was daytime. The sunlight was strange. There was only light, but no heat. The weather was still cold. I am the savior of this era. I have the destiny to end the long night and bring a new sun, a new summer, and a new era to the world. Old friend, give me your divine kingdom on earth. Only in my hands can it unleash its full potential. The King of Light, El Harlow, shone with boundless radiance. The door god was silent. Mother Goddess, according to the agreement made 10,000 years ago, you should give your divine kingdom to one of your believers when you die completely. The crow cawed, sending out an urgent and pleading consciousness. The door god was still silent. He, if this piece of wood doesn't hand it over, can't we snatch it? He has been dead for 10,000 years, and now he can't even sleep. He is about to be completely annihilated, and all of you are still cowering. What are you afraid of? A cruel and evil laugh came from the dark sky. Then, several black shadows flew toward the green star along with the wind and snow. The star was clearly hanging high in the sky, but the black shadows seemed to hit an illusion. No, not an illusion. The green star was like a black hole, absorbing and swallowing all the black shadows that passed by it. What? The evil laughter turned into a scream of horror. Ah, why is this happening? Let me go. No, idiot, if we could use force, why would we have to wait for 10,000 years for him to completely die? Why do you have to give up your dignity as a true god and beg so pitifully here? Thunderous laughter came from the black shadows in the direction of the ghost forest. The King of Light said anxiously, "Old friend, I don't need all of your inheritance, I only want your divine talent." Old ghost, you're dreaming. Danny Rise has already started the Song of Wind. With your inferior cultivation talent, you can't compete with her even if you get the wind of the world, just like you couldn't compete with the sheep's egg back then. A cold laugh came from the dark shadow in the west. Bastard! You are just a little evil god, how dare you talk to me like this? Lalo was furious, and the bright sun suddenly became blazing white, casting a hot white light to the shadow in the west. Ah, the ice and snow melted under the sun, and the shadows on the ground were like boiling oil in a pot, and a gloomy voice wailed in pain. Weirwood, now that so many gods have come to see you off, you should at least repay us with something sweet. We don't want your Song of Wind and the wind of the world, but you must hand over your talent of time and space. A shadow dissipated, but another shadow came from another direction, and an evil and cold voice came from it. The door god sighed heavily, "I'm sorry, I'll give you the throne. My things will only be given to my successor." Caw caw caw, Bran was overjoyed, "Mother goddess, I won't let you down, no, not for you." The door god immediately denied. The crow that carried Bran's will almost fell to the ground, wh. Why? I am this generation's three-eyed crow. Three-eyed crow, are you worthy? Just a bit of mental fluctuation can almost freeze this world. It was the king of strange ghosts. He carried an umbrella sword on his back and stood proudly on the ruins of the Great Wall. A thick frozen fog covered a few hundred meters around him, and the sunlight, storms, and shadows couldn't get close. "Mother goddess, give me your divine kingdom, let me help you complete your final mission," he said. "No, don't give it to him." Bran hurriedly said, "Mother goddess, he will destroy your favorite sunshine, rain, and morning. You don't want a dark and cold world of death. Darkness, coldness, order, and silence are the original appearance of the world at the beginning. Wantonly wasting the flames of the heart of the earth to build an illusory sun will only accelerate the death of the world, and eventually push the world into a darker, colder, and more desperate abyss." The king of strange ghosts said coldly, "I'm sorry, but I crave sunshine and rain. I can't give you my divine kingdom. Even if you represent the other me and ask me for what belongs to him." The door god sighed. The king of strange ghosts fell silent. Bran sighed in relief, and asked again, "Mother goddess, is your successor Jon? He has the destiny to save the world, and he has also completed the Holy Spirit talent. He is indeed more qualified to be your successor than I am." "No, my successor is Danny Rise. I only have nunchakus, ha 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 ha," Little Fog sang, then pursed her lips and stopped. "Mother goddess Danny, I don't want to sing this song, it sounds so silly." The dancers also nodded quietly. They couldn't dance like that. The style suddenly changed. The traditional songs and dances of the Song of Ice and Fire world could no longer satisfy the Dragon Queen. She wore a pair of aviator glasses, her head lazily resting on her arm. She had a straw in her mouth, sucking on a cup of mango juice in Erie's hand, and said vaguely, "Then sing, you don't go." Then I'll just sing nunchakus. Little Fog shivered, and said dejectedly. My divine kingdom will be given to Danny Rise. What? Bran was confused. Lord God, what are you doing? That woman doesn't even believe in you. Patched Face said angrily. Lord God, we are your vassal gods, she is nothing. Storm roared. I don't want vassal gods, and I don't want believers. The door god said helplessly. It's all your own fault for coming over. Why? Bran came back to his senses. She's not an ancestor, she's not a believer of the old gods, she's not even in the Westeros. Because, she passed the test. The door god sighed. What test? She entered the divine kingdom and picked up the Song of Wind. After understanding that the Song of Wind was the cornerstone of stabilizing the Great Wall, she immediately gave up the power at her fingertips. She also used up her magic power to repair the damaged Great Wall. I will only give power to someone who can use it carefully, and Danny Rise is that kind of person. That's not fair. Bran shouted unwillingly. If you want to choose a successor who respects power, which of the Green Prophet's generations wasn't cautious, conscientious, and didn't dare to use the power of the Green Prophet's seal? Why didn't you choose us? Everyone was like that, except you, King Strange Ghost mocked coldly. Chapter 740. The door god muttered, if I wanted to hand over my kingdom to the Green Prophet, I would have done so 10,000 years ago. The seal of the Green Prophet involves the power of time and space, and can even interfere with fate. It is already powerful enough. There is not much difference to you whether you have my kingdom or not. But now the seal of the Green Prophet has shattered, Bran mumbled. That is the Green Prophet's business. The door god's tone was cold. I have said that my kingdom was not prepared for you from the start. In my prophecy, it belongs to a noble and virtuous human king. Now, the calamity of the world has come again. In this era of gods and demons, if a mortal king does not have the power to surpass the gods and demons, no matter how noble his ideals are, they are as empty as sand castles on the beach. So, 8,000 years ago, when I was about to die, I made a decision. When I was completely dead, the legacy I left behind would become the sharpest sword in the hands of the great human king. Jon Stark is virtuous, sincere, and kind. He is the savior of the world. As the only living son of Rhaegar Targaryen, he is also the true human king of the Seven Kingdoms. Why did you not hand over your kingdom to him? Bran asked loudly. Originally, I did intend to choose him as my successor, the door god said hesitantly. Why did you change your mind now? Is it because of Lalo? But Jon has completely broken away from his fate with Lalo, Bran said in surprise. He. Lalo laughed contemptuously. You want to break away from me? Dream on. It has nothing to do with Lalo. The door god's tone was complicated. As long as this world can be saved, even if the kingdom I gave to the human king ends up in Lalo's hands, I don't care. But what? Bran asked anxiously. Jon Stark is good, but Danny Rise is better. No one would want to take a van if they could drive a Ferrari. That was the logic. Mother Goddess, don't be fooled by Danny Lilith. She's hypocritical and vain. Not only does she not love the Westeros, but she also hates them, Bran said anxiously. The Dragon Queen was capable of deceiving the heavens and the earth. Even if she could deceive herself, she wouldn't be able to deceive the all-knowing three-eyed crow. Actually, I also hate the Westeros of this era, Menshin said gloomily. What? Bran was stunned. Once upon a time, this was a peaceful paradise. There were no schemes, no killings, no lies, no deceptions, no betrayals, and no broken promises. All the creatures sang the same song in different tones with open hearts. The Westeros now feels strange to me. It's like a swamp that disgusts me and makes me want to escape. Bran's face twisted. You are the mother goddess of Westeros. Aren't you afraid of hurting the hearts of the millions of creatures on the earth by saying such things? Anyway, Bran felt like his heart was about to explode when he heard mention despising the Westeros. After Jon ascends to the Iron Throne, he will change everything, he said sorrowfully. Perhaps. Jon Stark can restore the glory of the traditional knights from hundreds or thousands of years ago, but his actions will only cause the cycle of reincarnation to begin anew. Dany Rise isn't as perfect as you think she is, Bran tried his best to persuade her. Of course she's not perfect, but she's definitely the best one. Sigh, everyone else is too bad. At least, ever since she came to the Westeros, she hasn't done a single thing that betrays her morals. Even if she's as hypocritical and vain as you said, no matter what her nature is, her actions and words are all about justice and kindness. In the 12,000 years of history of the Westeros, she's not the only one who has compassion for the people, but she's the only one who's willing to pay the price for her kindness. Bran, tell me, which king in this world would take out all of their wealth to help the ordinary people who have nothing to do with them? Remember, it's all of it. Bran was silent for a moment, then said with difficulty, if Jon had that much gold, he would also buy food to help the disaster victims. Perhaps, but the reality is that in the 10,000 years of human history and countless kings, only Dany Rise really did it, Mention said indifferently. She has dragons, slave bay, and enough food. She doesn't lack or need gold, that's why she can be so calm and generous, Bran complained. Mention smiled bitterly. Do you think other kings can't live without gold? They don't lack wealth, but their desires can't be satisfied. There's no difference between power and wealth. If I give 10% of my power to those kings who can't control their desires, they'll use 90% of their power to satisfy their desires and leave 10% for their lofty ideals. Jon Stark is stronger than them, and he'll only use 60% of his power to satisfy his desires. Dany Rise definitely has mortal desires, but those desires are very small and have already been satisfied by her own power. If I give her 10% more power, she'll use it all to make the world better. If that's the case, who else can I choose if I don't choose her as my successor? Exhaustion rushed to Dor God like a tide. After saying this, he felt that his time was coming. Boom! Without any warning, a powerful aura suddenly spread around the green star, like a nuclear explosion. The invisible air wave pushed away the storm, waves, dark clouds, shadows, sunlight, snow, and so on. Ah, the old wood is going to die completely. Hurry up, don't let him give away the kingdom of God. Patched Face was pushed to the bottom of the sea by the air wave, but he spoke through his soul. He no longer called King of Gods, and was ready to fight for it. Everyone, let's fight together and get as much as we can. Whoever gets it will get it. Don't let that mortal queen take advantage of us. In the shadows, the demon god's angry roar sounded. Buzz, a green ring of wind lit up around the green star. Then, the dark sky below the ring of wind gradually faded, and a thin ray of golden-red sunset was projected from it. Gradually, the image of another world appeared under the green ring of wind, the scene of Meereen at this time. The green star had opened a portal of space. Ah, the portal of time and space. The old wood has opened the portal of time and space. Hurry up and stop him. The eye of the storm roared with shock and anger. At this moment, all the demon gods around knew that they couldn't hold back anymore. Everyone, disperse. My legacy belongs to Daenerys Targaryen, the human sovereign who has great vision, strives to govern, and strives to create a beautiful new world. Mention mustered the last of his strength, and his voice was like thunder, resounding through the world. My power will become the sword in her hand, helping her to overcome all obstacles and finally find a light for this falling world. Suddenly, a strange and dynamic music came from the other side of the portal of time and space. Because the music was too strange, and because the image on the other side of the portal was too unexpected, Mention's final declaration came to an abrupt end, and the demon god's attack also stopped. It was a sky garden with flowers and green trees. The musician played a strange and fast-paced music that made people want to twist their bodies and shake their necks. In fact, a dozen beautiful girls and 2 centaur girls on the lawn were jumping around as if they had epilepsy. The Dragon Queen had personally entered the field. She wore a loose silk shirt and pants, and her silver hair was tied into a dozen small braids with bells tied to the braids. She stood behind a drum set, and her sleeves were rolled up. She held a stick with both hands, and quickly hit the leather drum and gong. She shook her head, and the bells on her braids jingled. Above her head, there was a ball of green wildfire, a ball of golden dragon flame, a ball of white holy dragon flame, a ball of red bonfire, as well as purple and green flames that were ignited with metal powder provided by the fire mage. The colorful flames cast a flickering ghostly shadow in the garden, and together with the strange and fast-paced music, there was an indescribable and strange harmony between light and sound. "Your Majesty, Jenny has yet to be found, but the long night has already arrived. You can't be so drunk and indulge in pleasure." A white-haired old man walked over worriedly, and loudly admonished her. The music stopped, and the dancers stopped swaying. "Sigh, I've been fighting for my whole life, and finally stopped. Can't I just enjoy it?" The Dragon Queen said impatiently. "But Jenny, she's a grasshopper after autumn, I'll deal with her sooner or later. The long night, the great wall is blocking the deviant ghosts." She waved her hand, and dismissed the old man, and shouted to the dancers and musicians, "Continue playing, continue dancing, eh." The Dragon Queen raised her head abruptly. The nonchalant look on her face disappeared. Her expression was sharp and her eyes were like lightning. She looked straight at the direction of the dimensional rift. In fact, there was only a dim sunset over there. Nothing was visible. "Who are you? You must be tired of living, to dare to spy on me." The Dragon Queen roared, and turned around and shouted, "Steel guards." The dancers, musicians, maids, and old Yamont's expression changed, and quickly retreated without saying anything. Clang clang clang, the sound of armor clashing came from the back of the dance hall. A group of soldiers in bright silver armor rushed over, holding swords and shields, and layer upon layer protected the Dragon Queen in the center. Although the Dragon Queen began to enjoy life after achieving something in the middle of her business, her vigilance did not decrease, and instead became more than during wartime. During wartime, she often wore armor and held a sword, so she was not afraid of assassins. Door God. Danny felt a familiar presence, and hesitantly shouted, "Door God, you need my help." Not only was there Door God's divine power fluctuation, there were also dozens of dark and evil soul power. It was very likely that Door God was with dozens of evil gods. What are they doing? Danny guessed that Door God was targeted by evil gods, and came to her for help. With that thought, she immediately entered the dragon spirit state. The 5 megalosaurus opened their cold vertical pupils, and the 9-colored vortex in their consciousness spun rapidly. They opened their mouths, and magic power condensed in their throats, and dragon flames spurted out. The 5 dragon flames of the 5 megalosaurus converged above Danny's head, and the 5 lines converged into a fireball. The fireball condensed from the 5 megalosaurus magic power almost distorted the space, and it also woke up the demons opposite them whose jaws were about to dislocate. So this is the human emperor you chose, the one with great talent and bold vision, the one who works hard to build a beautiful new world? The dark demon god in the shadows spoke in a strange tone. Presumably, his expression was also very distorted at this time. Mother Goddess, she lives a drunken life, indulges in pleasure, and is strange. It's really difficult for her to take on such a great responsibility. Bran said faintly. Lord God, I have followed you for millions of years, give me the god's kingdom. This kind of degenerate mortal is not worthy of your heavy responsibility. The Eye of the Storm sighed. Sigh, a long time ago, she left a spiritual mark on my god's kingdom. This matter is a foregone conclusion. Door God sighed, and the green star turned into a stream of light, about to rush into the space-time gate. Chapter 741. Door God. Danny could not hear the conversation of the demons on the other side of the space-time gate, but she could clearly sense that the door god was looking at her. She also called the door god several times, but the door god did not respond once. This made her very puzzled. Just as she was about to call Blackie to take a look at the space-time gate 50 meters above her head. Boom! The sky was shaking violently. There was nothing, but it was like a missile had exploded. Moreover, the invisible missile was a two-dimensional object, and it only exploded on one level. In Danny's field of vision, a small green dot suddenly appeared 50 meters above the ground. Then, with the small dot as the center, a circular mirror spread out in an instant. At the same level of the mirror, the invisible air and the sunlight seemed to be cut open. Danny had a feeling that if a fine steel sword was placed at that position, the sword would be cut in half like a piece of tofu. However, Danny, who was below, was not affected by the impact of the explosive airflow at all. What surprised her even more was that on the other side of the mirror, there was a scene that was completely different from the sky above the Great Pyramid of Myrine. The dark sky was surging with dark clouds. Storms, hailstones, thunder, lightning, snowflakes, sunlight, seawater, shadows. All kinds of strange astronomical phenomena were mixed together. In the center of the chaos, there was a green star. Its light was dim and wavering. Inexplicably, she sensed her own thoughts on that star, just like it was a magic weapon, and the magic weapon had already been refined by her, but she herself did not know. Suddenly, Danny had a realization. This was the space teleportation that was common in fantasy novels. The space-time gate. In this low-magic fantasy world, the technology of the space-time gate was beyond the limits of her imagination. How could such a bug-like thing exist? Oh, no. Didn't the door god's black door involve space-time technology? When Fatty Sam went through the black door and crossed the Great Wall in an instant, he was still more than 10 kilometers away from his original position. At that time, Danny suspected that the door god knew space-time magic. Who would have thought that the door god would open a spatial door that spanned thousands of miles today? Ah, that green star is Menshin's kingdom of God. Danny suddenly realized. Then, she turned pale with fright. Menshin's kingdom of God was the energy foundation of the Great Wall. If the kingdom of God appeared here, then the Great Wall. Danny Alice, don't let me down. At this moment, Menshin's weak voice came from the green star. After sending out this thought, Menshin's spiritual fluctuation suddenly disappeared, completely disappearing from Danny's perception. At this moment, he was completely dead. Buzz, buzz. The spatial gate was like a ripple, shaking violently. The dim green star fell to the other side of the mirror with difficulty. TSK. How dare you, evildoer! How dare you steal my treasures! Danny realized this and flew into a rage. The door god had given the divine kingdom to him, but now it was being coveted by a group of evil gods. His left hand held up the huge fireball formed by the 5 dragon flames. The 5 dragons finished spitting out dragon flames and immediately entered the level 5 dragon spirit state. Dahe put on the Warrior of 7 Gods vest. Level 5 Dragon Spirit plus Warrior plus Soul Extinguishing Strike plus Sword God's Divinity, get lost. Danny opened her mouth, and her voice was like thunder. All the demon gods on the other side of the spatial door heard her yell, and every demon god who heard it was directly struck by an extremely sharp spiritual sword. Except for the 3-eyed crow, Bran, and King Yi Gui, who didn't move, Lalo, the Eye of the Storm, the Patched Face, and many dark demon gods in the shadows all cried out in pain. Ah, ah, ah. Storms, ice, tsunamis, scorching suns, shadows, and other meteorological phenomena were all mixed together, and the consciousness of the gods and demons within them roared angrily. Teach her a lesson. Let's work together to kill her. Little mortal, how dare you blaspheme a true god? Just as the evil gods were roaring angrily, the dim green star lost the restraint of the gods and demons, and it started to speed up and fly to the other side of the mirror. Don't even think about it. A storm swept toward the star. I almost lost a lot for a small gain. The sun shrouded the star. I can take revenge for blasphemy at any time, but I only have one chance to seize the stupid blockhead's god country. The shadow was like a tentacle that wrapped around the star. Dani was anxious, and she didn't know whether she should throw the huge fireball over. What if it burned the god's god country? What if it burned the teleportation gate? She had too many misgivings. Thus, the sword light in her eyes was resplendent, and sword-shaped soul-extinguishing strikes slashed over. It was an indiscriminate attack, and the soul attack automatically locked onto the consciousness of all living beings on the other side. If the soul attack was visible to the naked eye, then Yamant and the rest, who were anxiously waiting at the staircase, would be able to see that the Dragon Queen's eyes were shooting out flying swords of 5 different colors. The blades of the swords had 5 different colors: black, green, white, red, and gold. Yes, it was a little like Tian Can and DK's heartbreaking tune in the movie Kung Fu Hustle. The density of Dani's attacks was even greater than that of Deaf and Blind. The rain of swords that almost formed a soul-extinguishing strike landed on the demon god's souls like raindrops hitting a banana leaf. None of the ghosties used their Wulang 8 trigram staff to block the attacks. Soul attacks were different from sound waves, and they couldn't be blocked by physical weapons. However, the demon gods had their own methods, and other than the first surprise attack that caught them off guard, they didn't show any other signs of weakness. When Dani saw that the space gate was rippling like water and was becoming more and more intense, and it seemed like it would be extinguished in the next moment, she became anxious. She raised the fireball in her right hand and prepared to blast it. Caw, caw, caw. The three-eyed crow suddenly moved. He didn't participate in the fight over the green star, and he just stood at the side and suffered Dragon Queen's soul attacks. He was a little innocent, but the situation was complicated, and Dani couldn't distinguish who was who. After all, they were all enemies. At that moment, the three-eyed crow reacted, and 3,000 crows gathered together. They were like drones piecing together a picture, and they formed a humongous crow. It was a crow that was 20 meters tall. Croak. This is Westeros, all of you, scram. Unexpectedly, the giant crow didn't block the star, and it even released a powerful soul attack on the evil gods. Boom! It seemed like a tomahawk missile was detonated in the air. This wasn't Bran, but the three-eyed crow. The Bran had fused with a part of the Green Prophet's seal. He relied on the 3,000 crows to release a soul attack, and he actually froze time for an instant. All the demon gods' wills were like insects trapped in amber, and they lost the concept of time. However, Dani wasn't affected, and she was still shooting her soul-destroying sword at them. Previously, the demon gods consciously blocked her attacks, and nothing happened to them. But now, it seemed like they were hit by a spell called Time Stop, and they lost their defenses. Sizzle, 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 sizzle. After 3 breaths' time, blood flowed out of her 7 orifices, and she fell into the sea. The tornado exploded on the spot, and the storm god's consciousness disappeared from the eye of the storm. The thin sun in the sky was extinguished, and Lalo angrily roared, "You 2 bitches, just you wait." Then, he left unwillingly. The shadow exploded, and the terrifying dark demon gods were revealed. They were in a pitiful state, and they left behind a pool of blood that corroded the earth before they disappeared. In an instant, the bustling East Sea Kingdom regained its calm. In the end, most of the evil gods didn't have physical bodies, and they only relied on their wills to interfere with the real world. Without any demon gods obstructing it, the green star left a green trail behind it, and it passed through the space gate like a real shooting star, and it fell in between Danny's eyebrows. It was as if it originally belonged to her, and it was now returning to its rightful owner. Danny was pleasantly surprised, and when she saw that the space gate wasn't completely closed, she tried to call out, "Bran? I'm this generation's three-eyed crow. You can also call me Bran Stark." The three-eyed crow transmitted his consciousness to her. It was a very familiar feeling. Danny felt like she was seeing the blood crow Blinden again. However, the current Bran was less inhuman than Blinden. Well, Blinden was 100% inhuman, while Bran was 30% human and 70% inhuman. "Why are you helping me?" Danny asked out of curiosity. "You're the person chosen by the Mother Goddess." Bran's cold voice had a hint of helplessness. This was another story of how fresh flowers depended on the green leaves. It was obvious that Bran was dissatisfied with the Door God's choice. He also didn't have a good impression of the Dragon Queen. However, if he had to choose between the Dragon Queen, Lalo, Inami, the Storm God, and the other gods and demons, if he didn't choose the Dragon Queen, who else could he choose? Danny seemed to have understood something, and she asked, "What happened to the Great Wall?" "It collapsed, hurry up and cross." Before he finished speaking, a white light flashed above his head, and the space gate disappeared. The Great Wall collapsed. Danny was dumbstruck. Ah, the Great Wall collapsed. The Door God's voice suddenly echoed in her mind. The Door God? Danny was shocked again. "You didn't die. You should be asking why I didn't die." The Door God sighed. "I died 8,000 years ago. You saw it with your own eyes. Have you forgotten? Just now, I thought you were dead. How can I not know my limits? When I decided to give the divine kingdom to you, those demon gods couldn't take it away no matter what," the Door God said calmly. "Then why did you pretend to be dead?" Danny asked curiously. "That was a test, just like how I tested you. If Bran Stark stood by and watched the demon gods take your divine kingdom, I would have stripped him of the seal of the Green Prophet and given it to you," the Door God said coldly. Danny's expression at this moment was very interesting. She was shocked by the Door God's shrewdness. She also felt pity for losing the seal of the Green Prophet. But then, she felt a deep sense of shame. Bran had helped her, but now she was thinking about his treasure. "Ah, I always thought you were a simple blockhead." Danny smiled bitterly. "I have listened to the stories of the Westeros for thousands of years. Your long history is only a small part of my countless experiences. The people and things I have seen are more than the sand you have stepped on," the Door God said. Danny was stunned. That was right. What had the Door God not seen? "I don't have much time left. Don't dwell on these meaningless things. Ask me if you have any questions," the Door God said tiredly. Danny pointed at the green stars floating in her mind and asked, "What is this?" "The gods call it a divine kingdom, but..." The Door God seemed to be lost in his memories. There was a hint of sadness in his voice. "It is actually a treasure trove that I built when I was young. I like to listen to the songs of the wind. Every wind that moves me is recorded in this treasure trove. Therefore, the gods also call it Wind of One World. It means the collection of all the wind that was born in this world." "Ah, so that's how it is." Danny recalled that when she stepped into the black door that day, she did enter a world full of wind. But at that time, her realm was limited. She only distinguished the different winds by the strength of the wind. She didn't notice the different songs of each wind. Wind of One World is almost a holy land for cultivating the songs of wind. She exclaimed. "Yes, I once let 8 subordinate gods enter Wind of One World to cultivate for 100,000 years. After that, they all became true gods." The Door God's tone was calm. He didn't mean to show off at all. But in such a calm tone, there was a shocking domineering aura. Perhaps, this was the highest level of pretentiousness. Danny thought with some adoration. Chapter 742. You have vassal gods too. Who are they? Danny asked curiously. I'm the first living being in the Westeros to awaken self-awareness, and also the first true god to sing the Song of Laws. Just like when the mother goddess of the Lone River woke up, all living beings in the Lone River were her children. The living beings born in the Westeros were also willing to call me Mother Goddess, but I'm not interested in forming factions, so I only gathered a bunch of nature spirits like mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas. As for their names, they don't mean anything to me. They mean nothing to you. They are a lake, a river, a forest, a tree in the forest, or even a breeze on the treetops on a summer evening. Danny looked forward to it. I really want to see such a lively era with my own eyes. I've seen a nature spirit before. He was born in the morning, and he died the moment the sun rose. I'm starting to like that era. Danny smiled. I like it too. I like it very much, the door god said bitterly. Unfortunately, that era only appears at the beginning of the world's birth. At that time, the first flame's power of creation is at its peak. Anything bathed in the light of the fire, even a pebble by the river, can give birth to a spirit. The first flame's power of creation. Danny's eyes widened. That's right. It's the mastery of your Song of Fire. The door god seemed to be staring at her through the green stars. Your talent is not an accident. The door god said in a low voice. You're the reincarnation of the first flame in the heart of the earth. It's very likely that you're the last flame in our world that contains the power of creation. I'm the reincarnation of a flame. Danny was not shocked. Instead, she was confused. Reincarnation is just an easy way to explain it. It's also possible that I've guessed wrong, and the power of creation in the flame of the earth's core has long been used up, the door god said. You've confused me. Am I really the reincarnation of the first flame? Danny frowned. Danny, let me ask you. 100 years ago, an acquaintance of yours passed away. 100 years later, if you see someone whose appearance, personality, and mental fluctuations are exactly the same as his, would you think that he is his reincarnation? Danny nodded and said thoughtfully, Are you saying that my Song of Fire reminds you of the primordial flame at the beginning of the world? Hee, you are very smart. Menshin smiled and said with a gentle voice, After the infancy of the world, for billions of years, there was no flame that contained the power of creation. We all thought that the first flame in the core of the earth had gone extinct. But now, you've appeared, and you've even turned the creation of fire into a type of world law. There are only two possibilities. You are the reincarnation of the last wisp of the first flame, or you have extraordinary talent and great luck. There is a 1 in a billion chance that you comprehended the power of fire creation out of thin air. Danny shook her head and said, It's not out of thin air. I have a talent that is related to the creation of life in fire. It was because of that talent that I was able to hatch a dragon from a stone. Later on, when I was researching fire witchcraft, I combined my talent and comprehended the Song of Fire with the power of creation. If that's the case, you might be the reincarnation of the incomplete first flame. Yes, like carbon residue, Menshin said. Danny frowned and said unhappily, Why is my status lower? Incomplete. Carbon slag? That sounds so bad. If you are the reincarnation of the first flame, you don't need to comprehend it. As long as your talent awakens, you will naturally be able to chant the Song of Fire with the power of creation. Obviously, you don't. Although it is a miracle that you brought the Megalosaurus to the world, Lalo and Balerion have done similar things. But it is also wrong to say that you have nothing to do with the first flame. You do have the talent to create life in fire. That is why I said that you are the reincarnation of the incomplete first flame. Actually, this is more reasonable. The first flame in the core of the Earth may have been exhausted long ago, but there must be a lot of carbon residue contaminated by the first flame. Wasn't the sun previously made of carbon residue? Forget it, forget it. Let's not talk about me. Dani waved her hand. Let the carbon residue go to hell. What are the titles of your 8 true gods and subordinate gods now? Can I get acquainted with them? She asked expectantly. Menshin said strangely, I'm afraid there is no way to get acquainted with them. Among the evil gods who robbed the gods' kingdom, 2 of them were my gods. They are the Anami and the storm god that you are familiar with. Shit! Dani cursed in a low voice. Menshin, how did your little brothers become evil gods? And betray you, their big brother? Menshin's tone was complicated. Good and evil are defined by you humans according to your own standards. In ancient times, they were not evil gods. In other words, before humans were born, there was only the difference between true gods and non-true gods. Good and evil were never the labels of gods. As for betrayal, I have never asked them to be loyal to me. How can I betray them? Thinking that Menshin also liked barbaric and cruel blood sacrifices, Dani stopped talking about good and evil. She only asked, if you don't ask them to be loyal to you, why did you accept them as your gods? I didn't accept them. They came to me and insisted on being my gods. I agreed. After that, they wanted to leave, but I didn't care. If I could travel to 1,000,000 years ago, I would also be your god. Being a vassal god was a little too cheap. After complaining, Dani asked again, what about the other 6 true gods? Sigh, you know about the world pendant, right? Menshin's voice was suddenly tinged with sadness. Every time the world falls, a group of true gods will fall. The other 6 true gods have always been my gods, so they took the fall for me. What? They took my place, exhausted their power, and fell into eternal slumber. When they were all dead, it was finally my turn. It was also because of their deaths that I was born with another consciousness, the dark soul of the root, Menshin said bitterly. This. Dani didn't know what to say. After a long silence, she suddenly thought of the collapsed Great Wall. She asked anxiously, did the Great Wall collapse? It did. My final moment has come. The Great Wall has finally collapsed, as fate had planned. Dani frowned. She really didn't like the word fate. Why did it collapse? Your god's kingdom is still here. This means that the spell formation under the Great Wall is still working normally. The king of foreign ghosts blew the horn of winter. Menshin sighed. The horn of winter. Dani was confused for a moment. Then, she said in surprise, there really is a horn that blew the Great Wall down? How could you allow such a thing to be created? You witnessed the construction of the Great Wall with my singing. Then tell me, who participated in the creation of the spell formation? Menshin asked. Brandon and the children of the forest. Suddenly, Dani recalled the last shelter, in the far east beyond the Great Wall. The children of the forest said that the shelter had existed for millions of years, but the tunnels were so complicated that they still couldn't figure it out. Millions of years, the city builder Brandon was a human from 8,000 years ago. Could it be that the children of the forest secretly opened a back door? She said in disbelief. Have you forgotten the other name of the Horn of Winter? Menshin reminded her. Joman's Horn. Dani mumbled. The Horn of Winter's real name was actually Joman's Horn. Joman was a certain king of the barbarians beyond the Great Wall. After the savior Yasua Yahai and the city builder Brandon experienced the first long night, the foreign ghosts didn't go extinct. In less than 100 years, there was another little long night. The 13th commander-in-chief of the Night Watchers, Brandon Stark, married a foreign ghost bride. Then, he wantonly sacrificed foreign ghosts and turned himself into a half-foreign ghost. He was known as the Night King. The long night, triggered by the Night King, didn't endanger the entire human race. In fact, it didn't even affect the Northern Territory. The Night King and his foreign ghost bride were only active around the Great Wall. Then, Jomon used the Horn of Winter to summon an underground giant. Together with the Liberator, Brandon, the king of the Northern Territory, they defeated the Night King, Brandon. The two Brandon seemed to be uncle and nephew. Jomon was the one who created the Horn of Winter. Yes. Like the city builder, Brandon, he learned magic from the children of the forest. But why did he create the horn that destroyed the Great Wall? Was it to invade the Northern Territory? Danny found it hard to understand. It had only been 100 years since the long night. The horrors of the foreign ghosts were still fresh in everyone's minds. History hadn't had time to become a myth. The barbarians beyond the Great Wall had even participated in the construction of the Great Wall. Don't you think it's strange that the Night King and the Corpse Queen ruled the entire Great Wall? Asked the Door God. Oh, the Great Wall exorcised evil spirits. The foreign ghosts couldn't even pass through the Great Wall. After being reminded by the Door God, Danny immediately realized a huge problem that she had overlooked. During the Night King's time, the Great Wall's ability to suppress evil spirits seemed to have lost its effectiveness. The Night King was a Stark. He had mastered the power of his ancestors. The black door that the night watchman Sam brought you to wasn't hidden when the Great Wall was first built. All the night watchmen could see it and often used it to enter and exit the Great Wall. Naturally, the Night King and Brandon had entered it before. You could regain your consciousness in the black door, so could he. You could enter the realm of the wind, so could he. You could touch the wind song, so could he. You could resist the temptation of power, so could he. Speaking of this, the Door God couldn't help but admire her. Danny, you're very unusual. You're the first person to give up the wind song. Danny held her head high and said seriously, I deeply understand the principle that power is responsibility. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility. This statement deeply shocked the Door God. The green star floating in Danny's mind actually trembled slightly. Danny, I didn't choose the wrong person. The Door God sighed sincerely. Although the Dragon Queen was a disco dancer before her great cause, her understanding of power was very much to the Door God's liking. If you could resist the temptation of the power brought by the wind song, you would have passed my final test. Although you gave it up at that time, I secretly gathered a trace of your spiritual power and merged it into the wind song. In other words, at that time, you would have become the successor of the realm of the wind. But when I just died and my consciousness was still in a deep sleep, the wind song didn't set too many restrictions, nor did it test human nature. After all, I originally planned to leave the god's kingdom to a human hero. After the death of a god, the date of the awakening of the remnant consciousness was too uncertain. As you can probably guess, the Night King and Brandon entered the Black Door and controlled the wind song. The wind song was the core of the Great Wall's evil formation. The Night King reversed the formation and turned the Great Wall, which suppressed evil, into the center of the dark power. He even planned to use the power of the Great Wall to summon the real Long Night. So, the creation of Jomon's horn wasn't to destroy the Great Wall? Danny muttered. Chapter 743. Blowing the winter horn could indeed destroy the magic circle inside the Great Wall. However, Xiao Man only stopped the magic circle's operation because she wanted to remove the Night King's control over the Great Wall. After all, the Night King wasn't the evil Ghost King, and after he lost the protection of the Great Wall's magic circle, he was easily captured by the northern region's people and the barbarians, the Door God said. Danny finally understood why the Great Wall collapsed, but she still had doubts in her heart. Why didn't you destroy the winter horn? Do you still need to ask me this question? Did you forget that Mance Raider robbed tombs all over the mountains to look for the winter horn? After the Great Wall was built, the ancestors of the northern region and beyond the Great Wall weren't of the same race anymore, the door god said with a bitter smile. Upon hearing this, Danny also smiled bitterly. The Great Wall was originally a barrier against the evil ghosts, and it was built by the ancestors of the northern region and beyond the Great Wall. However, for thousands of years, the Night Watchers used the Great Wall to block the barbarians from the south. The Winter Horn was built to protect the Great Wall, but when the barbarians used it to threaten to destroy the Great Wall really collapsed. No matter how good the original goal was, humans could always make the ending develop in the worst direction. How did the Winter Horn fall into the hands of the evil Ghost King? What was the three-eyed crow doing? Why didn't he warn them in advance, or even stop them? She asked again. Do you believe in fate? The door god asked back. I won't obey the fate imposed on me by anyone or any god, Danny said firmly. You don't believe in fate, but fate does exist. Compared to ordinary people, the Green Prophet is almost omniscient and omnipotent, and he is like the master of fate. However, at a higher level, the Green Prophet's fate was also arranged. No one can break free from fate, and if you jump out of a small river of fate, you will only fall into a larger river of fate, the door god said in a deep voice. Then I will keep jumping. I will jump out of a small river and jump into a big river, and as long as there is a river, there will be a shore. One day, I will be able to stand on the shore and look down at the river of fate that traps all living beings. Danny said confidently. Menshin said meaningfully, when you jump onto the shore and see the flow of the river of destiny below, it is very likely that you will immediately fall into another river of destiny that you have arranged for yourself. What do you mean? Danny frowned. You will naturally understand when you understand it. Words cannot explain it clearly. There's not much time left, so let me introduce you to my legacy. The wind of a world not only records the information of the wind, but the wind itself also contains the history of the changes of the world over hundreds of millions of years. I'm sure you've already noticed that when you're in the state of wind song, you'll get twice the results with half the effort when you practice fire magic. Danny nodded. It's like listening to the words of the world. Whether it's practicing magic or martial arts, I'll always enter wind song. The winds of a world collected all kinds of winds from the beginning of the world to the end of the last era. The information in the winds also came from various periods and eras. You can hear all the wind I've heard in my life. The wind of one world is simply a holy land for cultivation. Danny's eyes lit up, unable to contain her joy. I didn't create the wind of one world for cultivation. Menshin said helplessly. Yes, I'll fulfill your wish. In the future, when I encounter pleasant winds, I'll also collect them in the wind of one world. Danny said. I wonder if fart wind counts as wind. Did Menshin collect fart that touched his god? Danny's thoughts turned into a strange angle. Up to you. Menshin sighed and continued, fire has the mastery of creation, wind's song also has a special mastery, you have the talent to hatch dragons, and I also have the talent to travel the river of time. Travel the river of time. Unbelievable. Danny exclaimed in shock. Menshin disagreed. My original form is a weirwood. Have you seen a weirwood that died of old age? A living weirwood tree will not die, and weirwood will not decay with the passage of time. In this world, all material, spiritual, and law things will change in the river of time, except for weirwood. You once entered the weirwood's heart tree. Did you easily cross the river of time and see what happened in the past and the future? I wanted to see it, but the three-eyed crow said that it was his kingdom, Danny complained. Menshin did not comment on this. He said faintly, the mastery of wind that I comprehended is space, and combined with my time talent, it evolved into a space-time divine art. You've entered the Black Gate, and you've also seen the space door that connected the East Sea Kingdom and Myrene. In fact, a long time ago, there was a dark devil god who wanted to snatch my god kingdom, and I banished him to the space-time gap. If nothing unexpected happened, he would never be able to return to the material world. Are you going to teach me time and space witchcraft? Danny asked expectantly. No, I'm going to give you my talent. How much time and space rule you can comprehend will depend on your own ability. This. Danny hesitated. The reward was too great, and she started to suspect that Men Shen was plotting something. Yes, it was just like when she negotiated with the barbarians beyond the Great Wall. The Dragon Queen's conditions were too good, but she did not feel that she had to pay much, because she did not have much desire for the Golden Dragon. However, the barbarians all thought that they had gotten great benefits, and they were not at ease. They suspected that the Dragon Queen was plotting something, and they did not even dare to sign the contract. How are you going to give me your talent? She asked. You're now a demigod, and you even usurped the position of the 7 gods. Don't you know the art of sacrifice? You're going to sacrifice yourself to me? Danny's mouth twitched. The principle is about the same. Danny frowned and said, those devil gods before, could they snatch your talent by force? Can Balerion snatch your talent? Men Shen asked. If he couldn't, that fellow wouldn't have chased after me so relentlessly. Danny was silent for a moment, and asked again, is the green spring that allows the believers of the old gods to become shapeshifters in the God Kingdom? Danny was a bit hesitant to accept Men Shen's talent, but the green spring could definitely improve the quality of her soul. What do you think the green spring is? Men Shen asked. Danny thought for a bit, then answered, you told me that you don't need the power of faith of the believers of the old gods, but instead convert it all into talent, and give it back to the believers. The green spring should be the same as the pool of faith of the 7 gods, a place where the faith of the old gods converges. If you understand that, why do you still want the green spring? Obviously, it belongs to the green prophet. At this point, Men Shen suddenly sighed and spoke with a complicated tone, Danny, my time has come, goodbye. The blue star in Danny's thought sea trembled a bit, then stopped moving. In the blink of an eye, she completely lost her sense of Men Shen. Men Shen, Men Shen. She softly called out. The wisp of mental energy that belonged to her in the blue star became clearer and clearer. Danny had a feeling that she had truly obtained the ownership of the star. Then, she tried to use the halo of wind to sweep up the blue star. Without any obstruction, her consciousness entered, the blue void, the blue wind, the breeze, the gale, the hurricane, and the tornado. According to the strength of the wind, it was divided into many levels. This was similar to what she saw when she first entered the Black Gate. Back then, she only saw the tornado that pulled her down. Then, she struggled with all her might and used all her strength to enter the space of the Song of Wind at the top level. Now, it was as if she had returned to Blackie's faith of the 7 gods space, she could control everything here. With a thought, she came to a space with countless blue light spots floating in the air. One of the blue light spots emitted a majestic and sacred fluctuation of the law. It was the Song of Wind that Danny had once touched, possessed, and finally gave up. It belonged to Men Shen. There was still a wisp of her consciousness in the blue light spot. It seems to be 10% smaller than before. Danny held the blue light in her hands, deep in thought. Every time her Song of Wind grew, Men Shen's would decrease. Finally, when she could sing a complete Song of Wind, Men Shen's old Song of Wind would completely disappear. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. A series of shouts seemed to come from the sky, pulling Danny, who had been immersed in the spiritual space, back to reality. When she opened her eyes, she saw Yimont, Jichi, Baristan, and the others standing 7 or 8 meters away, looking at her anxiously. I'm fine. Danny looked around. More than 100 unsullied in steel armor were still tightly protecting her in the center. Let's disperse. The crisis is over. The Unsullied did not say a word. They sheathed their swords and carried their shields on their backs. They bowed to Danny and quickly retreated to the side under Grey Worm's lead. A dozen were left to guard the garden, while the rest returned to the lower level. The crisis is over. Are we still dancing? Jichi widened her almond-shaped eyes and asked expectantly. Danny glared at her. You still have the mood to dance. Do you know what just happened? Jichi pursed her lips and retreated disappointedly. What just happened? A piece of, like a mirage, suddenly appeared in the sky, showing the scenery of another region. Old Yamant said nervously. The Great Wall collapsed. Danny was the first to break the news. What? Yamant was at a loss. Old Boar reacted first and cried out in horror. Your Majesty, you said the Great Wall collapsed. The Great Wall of the Westeros? Danny nodded and roughly explained what had just happened. But she did not explain in detail about Men Shin's inheritance. But when she finished, the scene was dead silent. Old Yamant, Old Boar, and the others all had their mouths wide open. Their eyes were blank as they stared blankly at Danny. What's wrong? Danny was confused by his stare. The horn of winter that could blow down the Great Wall? The shock in Old Boar's eyes was gone, replaced by doubt. The Light King, Inami, Storm God, Three-Eyed Crow, King of Strange Ghosts, the Old Gods, and a dozen dark evil gods. Danny, have you drunk too much? Old Yamant looked at Danny's flushed face and asked with concern. The heavy look on Danny's face disappeared. She held her forehead and said helplessly, You don't believe me? I believe you. Jichi, who was listening with great interest, quickly raised her hand. Calixi, I believe everything you say. It's just that, you should finish the story. What is the treasure of the god of the Great Wall that everyone is fighting over? Danny could not be bothered with her. She looked at Old Boar and asked, How's the search around Meereen? How are the casualties of the Allied army? We barely cleared the ground within 10 kilometers. The Allied army drowned 100,000 men. About 50,000 survived. When he said this, the old knight's lips were trembling. Sigh, that's too few deaths. Danny did not hide the regret on her face. What? Barristan almost fell out of his chair. God have mercy on him. He had fought wars all his life, and there was a large-scale war like the Rebellion of the 9 Copper Coin King. But the number of people who died in a lifetime of war was less than half of 100,000. And the Dragon Queen thought that there were not enough deaths. Your Majesty, have you drunk too much? Old Boar had the same suspicion as Yamant. Chapter 744. Sir, don't you understand the current situation? The long night has arrived and the Great Wall has collapsed. The key is that the sun has been extinguished and all living things cannot grow without sunlight. The wheat that has yet to ear and the soybeans that have yet to bloom have all been scrapped and are likely to rot in the soil. We don't have food to feed so many captives. Danny said in a low voice. Barristan looked up at the setting sun that was even dimmer than a cloudy day and sighed. He said helplessly, I thought that the long night meant a longer long winter and that the south could also see the sun in winter and grow winter wheat that could withstand the cold. Who would have thought that the legend was true and the sun had completely disappeared? Who would have thought? I have told you all a long time ago and have said it countless times. Danny complained in her heart and immediately ordered, Sir Barristan, the long night has arrived and the Great Wall has collapsed. This is a fact. We don't have time to study the plan and must take action immediately. The first thing is to clean up the aftermath of the Battle of Meereen. This mission will be given to Sir Mormont and my blood brotherhood. Second, rush back to the Westeros as quickly as possible and investigate the losses of the Night Watchers and the movements of the other ghosts in the Northern Territory. This mission will be completed by me personally. Third, select a volunteer army from Slave Bay to guard Dragonstone Island and prepare to fight the other ghosts. I appoint you as the Commander-in-Chief of the volunteer army and you will be in charge of recruiting and transporting the volunteer army to Dragonstone Island. We still need to recruit volunteers. Can't we just deploy the army? Baristan frowned. Have you forgotten the oath I made to the Unsullied when I liberated them outside Astapor City? Dany reminded him. She was not as reckless as Dany Rise in Wandering Power. After obtaining the Harpy's finger that could control the Unsullied, she did not immediately order a bloodbath in Astapor. Instead, she obediently led the army out of Astapor and even gave them the Dragonbone scepter that represented the end of their relationship. Following the rules was only a secondary reason. The main reason was that Dany was not sure if she had the charm of the original Dany Rise. If she flipped out on the spot and the Unsullied did not listen to her, wouldn't it be awkward to die? It would be too unjust, too aggrieved. So, she first brought the Unsullied to the outside of Astapor City to reorganize the army and confirm her complete military leadership. To buy the hearts of the people and establish the great ideals of resisting slavery for the Unsullied. As a final move to win over the hearts of the people, Dany made a promise to the Unsullied: she would only use the power of the Unsullied for the sake of justice. Chapter 101. Resisting the bloody rule of the slave owners was definitely a righteous thing to do. Over the years, they had been working hard for this, and Dany had not broken her promise. Now that the great task of freeing the slaves had come to an end, Dany's focus began to shift from freeing the slaves to saving the world. Baristan was present at the scene and participated in the entire process of Dany freeing the Unsullied. Therefore, he only needed to recall a little to understand what the Dragon Queen's promise was. Isn't fighting deviant ghosts a righteous cause? He asked in confusion. Fighting the deviant ghosts in Slave Bay is an absolutely righteous cause. Going to the Westeros thousands of miles away to fight deviant ghosts requires everyone's willingness. Sir, if it were just the Unsullied, they wouldn't have any objections if I said that supporting the Westeros was a righteous cause. But the problem is, my Mother of Dragons guards are not just the Unsullied. The knights, and even counts of Slave Bay all have their own ideas. Dany said meaningfully. Old Yamont's eyes flashed and he nodded. It's safer to recruit volunteers. Only the will from the heart can persist for a year or two, or even a lifetime. Resisting deviant ghosts is not something that can be finished in 1 or 2 battles. The old man was speaking the truth. Asking the nobles of Slave Bay to go to the Westeros to fight 1 or 2 battles, just based on the Dragon Queen's charisma, they would not have any complaints. But could deviant ghosts be dealt with in one wave? In Wandering Power, the deviant Ghost King traveled a long distance and walked for a few years, but was dealt with in one night after reaching Winterfell. It was simply hilarious. Did they really think that the long night that lasted for a generation was a joke? Therefore, to deal with deviant ghosts, they had to be prepared for a long battle. 1 year, 2 years, 3 to 5 years, it was all possible. If you asked the nobles of Slave Bay to leave their homes and go to a foreign country thousands of miles away to work for 5 years, how could they be willing? Unless they were willing. All right, let's recruit volunteers. Baristan nodded. Slavers Bay is still too far away from Westeros. Your Majesty, I suggest that the first batch of warriors in tile armor ride the pterosaurs to Dragonstone Island first. After that, if the number of volunteers is large, they can ride through the Dothraki Plains and travel by land all the way west. Dany thought for a moment and said, all the winged dragons will be mobilized. First, send the Unsullied Royal Guards with 400 tile armor to Dragonstone Island. We cannot let deviant ghosts steal the Targaryen lands. The second batch will be the Royal Mages. Although there are alchemists on Dragonstone Island, in the face of an endless army of corpses, no amount of wildfire can be too much. Dragon Queen had forged a total of 800 sets of tile armor and 1200 tile weapons. The 500 Queen's Royal Guards led by Grey Worm took 500 sets of armor and 500 swords. The 250 Roaring Warriors under the command of the Blood Alliance were divided into 250 sets of armor and scimitars. Of the remaining 50 sets, only 15 were awarded to meritorious knights as family heirlooms. At this time, Dany had arranged for 400 unsullied warriors to go to Dragonstone Island. The 100 tile unsullied warriors in Slave Bay were more or less enough to protect the Great Pyramid. The remaining 250 centaurs were a mobile force that might follow the Dragon Queen to crusade against evil spirits. If she could not defeat the deviant Ghost King by herself, the Dragon Queen would definitely slay demons and devils to increase the strength of herself and the 5 dragons. To put it bluntly, the main force against deviant ghosts still relied on the Westeros. Dany sent people over just to ensure that when she dealt with deviant ghosts, there would be enough loyal and capable subordinates around her. Your Majesty, under Grazidan's guidance, we found 3 entrances to the Dragonworm Tunnel on a cliff 23 kilometers northwest of Meereen. The first batch of 35 pterosaurs had just left Meereen with 150 tile guards in the night and flew to Dragonstone Island thousands of miles away to search for the Dragonworm Tunnel when the Sheong returned. Did you arrange for someone to go in and check? Dany had just changed into the blue and white knight's full-body armor. With the help of Ji-Chi and Iri, she tightened the buckle of the thick blue wool cloak on her shoulders. I went down. Cora looked at the Dragon Queen strangely and nodded. It was very deep and spacious. 100 meters underground and about 3 kilometers to the east, I felt a warm breath on the walls of the tunnel. The air temperature also increased significantly, so I immediately retreated. You did the right thing. There is no chance of survival when encountering a dragonworm in the tunnel. Dany's face showed excitement. The temperature means that the flood that day did not drown all the dragonworms. In fact, only 4 dragonworms' stiff bodies were found in the north of Meereen. It was very likely that there were dragonworms in the Dragonworm Tunnel that was flooded in the south of the city. However, it had now become an underground river and there was no way to go in to check. Even if there were bodies, they were destined to rot inside. I don't know if the dwarf's body is inside. It was also after the war ended and the captives were interrogated that Dany found out that the dwarf was in the Dragonworm Tunnel in the south of the city. However, the endless flood had already poured in by then. Calixi, you want to subdue a dragonworm? Ji-Chi's face showed disgust. Dragonworms look disgusting. Dragonworms were actually not disgusting. Although their bodies looked like earthworms that had been magnified 10,000 times, adult dragonworms had brightly colored dragon scales on their bodies and were not as sticky as earthworms. However, dragonworms' mouthparts were very terrifying. In their big mouths that could swallow a small bus, there were dense and messy sword-shaped teeth that looked like weeds. When they opened their mouths at close range, they could scare a timid person to death. Do you still remember the Red Purgatory? Dany asked with a smile. Calixi, you want to use dragonworms to dig a tunnel between White Cloud City and Meereen? Iri asked in surprise. I went to White Cloud City the day before yesterday. Thinking of the wheat fields in White Cloud City that were mostly eroded by demon grass, Dany had mixed feelings. As I expected, White Cloud City's temperature is higher than Meereen's, and the sky is clearer. More importantly, in some areas of the Red Purgatory, the surface is close to magma. If we dig a tunnel there, we might be able to build an underground city. Your Majesty, I have to remind you that dragonworms eat a lot. According to Grazidan, more than half of the Alliance's 5,000 elephant soldiers were eaten by dragonworms, De Sheong said solemnly. Meereen is not suitable for dragonworms to live in, so of course they eat a lot. If they live in a volcano, they can swallow magma without needing normal food. Are you sure there are volcanoes under the Red Purgatory? I think it's just a flat desert, De Sheong said doubtfully. If they can't find a volcano, they'll starve to death. They're free anyway, Dany said nonchalantly. De Sheong nodded. I'll arrange for the captives to explore the tunnel, but Jenny, are you going to Orlos to find Jenny? He pointed at the fully armed Dragon Queen and asked curiously. De Sheong had just returned from outside the city and did not know what happened this afternoon. Let me tell you a piece of bad news. The Great Wall has collapsed. I'm going to the Westeros. Dany's left hand easily grabbed the 5-foot-long greatsword that Yi carried over. The Great Wall collapsed. Da Xiong was shocked. While Dragon Queen was eating dinner, Ji Qi quickly explained how the Horn of Winter blew the Great Wall down. Your Majesty, let me go with you. The task of commanding the captives to find dragon worms and the remaining elephant soldiers can be given to Count Shattered Shackles. He's more suitable for this job than I am. Da Xiong's expression was solemn as he volunteered. Oh, that's true. Dany smiled. Little Fog, inform the West conquering general to find dragon worms and elephant soldiers. Also, keep an eye out for Jenny and Leo. Pop. On the Queen's dining table, a ball of golden red light jumped out of the carnation bud in the vase. Under everyone's accustomed gaze, it quickly condensed into a raven with red eyes and black feathers. It nodded at Dragon Queen, spread its wings, and flew out of the window with a caw. Da Xiong sat next to Dany and said in a low voice as he wrapped a napkin around himself, Your Majesty, I'm afraid that the little devil has met with misfortune. He died without a complete corpse. After the Meereen flood, Dany revealed the whereabouts of the dwarf to her corps generals. But the dwarf's identity was still a secret to ordinary soldiers and officials. Let's do our best and leave the rest to fate. Dany sighed. After dinner, they did not stop to rest and immediately rode their dragons to the west. This time, Dany brought a total of 3 megalosaurus. Blackie, Little White, and Little Green all followed. Da Xiong, Garth, and Chui Luo were 3 pterosaurs. Each pterosaur carried 3 people, including the fat eunuch Beworth, the little assassin Dany C., and the other 4 unsullied. They would be the Dragon Queen's guards in Winterfell. In view of the fact that Westeros were depraved, without bringing a group of bodyguards, Dany would not dare to visit the 7 Kingdoms' vassals alone with her current strength. Even if Winterfell was now under the control of Jon, would she dare to completely trust him? Chapter 745. The sun was extinguished, and the stars dimmed as well. If this was a universe that abided by the laws of physics, Dany would think that the planet beneath her was speeding away from the original star system. However, the truth was that although the light of the day had dimmed, the stars and even the constellations formed by the stars were still the same as before. If there was a layer of dark clouds in the sky that blocked the starlight, that was not right either. Dany was currently at an altitude of 45,000 meters, and the air was so thin that normal people could not breathe. How could there be a layer of clouds? Looking up at the sky, the half-moon and stars were like the eyes of a housewife who had lost all hope in life. They were dim and lifeless, with a hint of self-abandonment and despair. Boom, 45,000 meters above, the starlight was dim. Looking down, the thick purplish-black clouds were rolling violently. Streaks of dark red lightning were like swimming dragons, shuttling and jumping between the clouds. It's just as Prime Minister Turtle said. The land of long summer has been sealed by the gods. Dany mumbled. The first time she crossed the land of long summer, she had asked Blackie to increase the altitude in an attempt to cross from above. This was because the land of long summer was shrouded in a layer of high-energy radiation magic clouds. To normal people, those high-energy magic factors were like the most terrifying curse. Even extraordinaires could only resist it to a certain extent, but not be immune to it. It was even more impossible for them to absorb the magic factors with explosive attributes for their own use. That time, Blackie climbed to 8,000 meters, but not only did it not cross the curse layer, it also found that the magic factor concentration was higher at that height. At that time, Blackie could continue to climb, but the Dragon Queen and Barristan with their normal bodies could not withstand the thin air and low pressure at high altitudes. In fact, the physical fitness of normal human demigods was not much better than that of normal knights. If they flew too high, they would also suffer from hypoxia and low-pressure symptoms. They would also die after a long time. However, the current Dani was not normal. Firstly, her physical strength had reached the limit of a human. Secondly, she had learned the Song of Wind. As long as she was not sealed in a confined space, she would not suffer from hypoxia. Nature's wind would bring her enough oxygen. Of course, she was not immune to low-pressure symptoms. She could only rely on her strong physical body to withstand it. The supervolcano in Yellowstone National Park was the largest and most dangerous volcano in the world. Its crater spanned 40 kilometers by 60 kilometers. It was said that the power of its eruption was equivalent to 200 million Hiroshima atomic bombs. Not to mention the entire human race, the entire Earth would be finished. However, compared to the 14 fire peaks of Valeglia, the Yellowstone volcano was like a little brother among little brothers. The 14 fire peaks formed a circle of volcanoes with a total span of at least 300 kilometers, 100 kilometers. How many nuclear bombs were there? Moreover, Yellowstone volcano was just an ordinary volcano, and the magma it spewed out after eruption only contained high temperature. However, the magma and ash of Valeglia volcano contained high energy magic factors. To put it bluntly, it was a mana radiation. An ordinary Yellowstone volcano could destroy the Earth. The 14 fire peaks had blown up the land bridge in the land of long summer, but Astapor, which was more than 1,000 kilometers away, was still thriving. Not to mention a nuclear winter, not even a cloud of radiation had drifted over. Chernobyl was only equivalent to 400 atomic bombs, and its radioactive cloud covered 1/3 of the Earth. Under normal circumstances, the radioactive cloud after the explosion of the 14 fire peaks was enough to cover the entire Song of Ice and Fire world with a thick layer of cotton. However, the truth was that other than the tsunami caused by the collapse of the continent, the area around the land of long summer was not affected by the volcanic eruption at all. However, the truth was that from 200 meters to 40,000 meters in the sky, the density of the curse factors in the land of long summer increased rapidly with the increase in altitude. At an altitude of 200 meters, ordinary people would quickly pass through the land of long summer without being affected by the curse. However, at 40,000 meters, the dense high-energy magic factors actually formed a thick layer of solid clouds. That's right, the surging clouds under Big Black's body were all magic factors. The rich magic factors rubbed against each other, producing endless lightning chains. The lightning chains that could not be seen clearly formed a dense lightning net. In other words, the explosion of the 14 fire peaks of Valeglia did not release the power to destroy the world, but this power was firmly locked in the sky above the 500-kilometer wide and 1,500-kilometer long continent in the land of long summer. The gods set up a seal in the land of long summer, and all the magic radiation was sealed in the land of long summer, and all the disasters were borne by the survivors of Valeglia. Even if 4 million years passed, as long as the world of the Song of Ice and Fire world was not destroyed, the land of long summer would still be a cursed land, let alone 400 years. If the seal is broken, the high-energy magic factor clouds will explode, and the whole world will be finished. Dani was shocked. The magic radiation cloud below was so horrible that she and Big Black did not dare to directly break into it. If they did, they would be dead. The hundreds of megalosaurus in Valeglia were a lesson to them. With complicated feelings, Dani rode Big Black back to the surface of the Bay of Sorrows. Little Green, Little White, and the 3 pterosaurs were already waiting there. "How was it, Your Majesty? What did you see?" Garth asked. Unlike the first time when she entered the land of long summer, Dani's strength was not only greatly improved, but also her means were much better. Back then, when she communicated with Old Ba, she had to hover over the megalosaurus and shout. Now, with the faith communication divine spell she learned from Sheep Egg, she could communicate with White Knight freely within a range of 10 kilometers. "I saw a Super Big Ivan who stopped time after exploding." "Don't ask who Super Big Ivan is. Let's go in." Danny called out and led Little White and Little Green into the cursed land that was shrouded in a thin layer of purple mist. When she entered the cursed land back then, Danny only subconsciously felt that the air was dirty, but now she could accurately sense the fluctuations of every magic factor. The long night had no effect on Orlos. It was as if there were 10,000 searchlights buried under the southern sea. Even the thick clouds in the sky were dyed a scorching dark red. It was like a blood clot. The sea breeze brought the burning smell of sulfur and hot white steam to the city by the shore. When the megalosaurus appeared in the sky above Orlos, the residents in the ruins cried out in shock. Danny ignored them and flew directly to the holy church where she received the great wizard's inheritance. The 50-meter-tall tower was slanted 30 degrees to the sea, facing the city. A golden statue of Balerion was engraved on one side of the tower, reflecting a dazzling golden light. At this moment, a bright star rose up from the top of the majestic black tower, emitting a dazzling blue light in the dark Orlos. It was a gigantic magic crystal ball with a diameter of 2 meters. Vast amounts of energy gathered within it. At the same time, the crystal ball's surface flashed rhythmically as it released a large amount of energy into the void. This energy suppressed all glass candles in the world and caused all communication devices to fail. It also suppressed the smaller magic crystal towers on Dragonstone Island to shut down. They lost their function as communication centers. Sheep Egg, get out here. Blackie's roar was as loud as thunder, dispersing the dark clouds in the sky. All of Orlos seemed to tremble slightly under his angry roar. Boom! Whoosh! Whoosh! The gods under the sea seemed to be enraged. The seawater, which had been dyed dark red by the underground fire, created huge waves that were dozens of meters tall. The scorching hot water vapor roared as it rushed towards the megalosaurus in the sky. However, Danny only waved her hand, and the rushing air silently dissipated. The waves below became even more violent. Sheep Egg, you coward, come out and fight me one-on-one. Blackie flew around the black tower while loudly taunting. Blasphemy! Blasphemy! Finally, 8 white-cloaked old shamans appeared beside the magic crystal ball at the top of the tower. Jenny wasn't there. All the cursing came from the old shamans. Danny was somewhat disappointed. She told Blackie to curse Sheep Egg mainly to provoke Jenny. She didn't expect Sheep Egg to foolishly jump out even if he wanted to. He couldn't because he was sealed. After feeling disappointed, Danny began to worry again. Jenny didn't return to Orlos, nor did she die in the flood. Then, where was she? The answer was self-evident. Jenny was still in Myrene, in the dragon worm tunnel outside Myrene City, staring at her with resentment, cursing her, and secretly poking at her vile character. She might be planning an even more vicious plot. For a moment, Danny hesitated. Go to the Great Wall to investigate the deviant ghosts. Anay stay close to home and search for Jenny. There was still Turtle Prime Minister at home. The old turtle was near the river and the sea, so it should be able to restrain Jenny's dragon worm. Danny hoped that the old turtle would be more powerful. Dwarf, don't die without a complete corpse. For the first time, Danny hoped that the little devil could turn the misfortune into a blessing. Because if the dwarf didn't die, he would most likely be with Jenny. The 8 white-cloaked shamans surrounded the magic crystal ball, covering it with their hands and chanting. Buzz! In an instant, the crystal ball shone brightly. A thick golden-red beam of light pierced through the dark blood clouds and hit the black dragon 400 meters in the sky. No one could blaspheme the great shaman standing on the magic crystal tower. Unfortunately, there wasn't a single great shaman among the shamans on top of the tower. What was even more regretful was that the dragon queen riding the megalosaurus surpassed most of the great shamans of Valeglia. Roar! Big Black responded with crimson dragon flames. Boom! The 2 flame pillars collided in midair, splashing out a large amount of flames. The dark sky was lit up, and a rain of flames fell from the ground and the sea. This stalemate lasted for a full 2 minutes. The shamans on the crystal tower began to exhaust their mental strength. Their bodies trembled, their faces were pale, and they were sweating profusely. However, Big Black couldn't hold on any longer. He wasn't exhausted, but he needed to catch his breath. Hiss! Hiss! In the sky, Little White and Little Green broke through the thick blood clouds and attacked the magic crystal tower from another direction. Buzz! The magic crystal ball shone brighter, shooting out long flame pillars. The flame pillars were like living fire snakes, chasing after the 2 megalosaurus. The sky became brighter. Little White and Little Green dodged as much as they could. If they couldn't, they responded with dragon flames. After reaching the 5th level of dragon spirits, they had already become magic dragons. After another half a minute of stalemate, Danny on the dragon's back decided to attack. Buzz! A pair of angelic wings made of flames popped out from her back. It was as vivid as a painting, as if it was real. The surrounding air twisted under the heat of the wings. The sky blue cashmere cloak was instantly ignited and burned. Clang! The giant sword hanging by the dragon's saddle was pulled out. Under the scorching dragon flames, the 4-foot-long blade reflected a cold light. Whoosh! Danny held the sword and jumped. She stepped on Big Black's dragon flames and quickly ran in the direction of the magic crystal ball. Ah! The shaman controlling the magic crystal let out a roar that burned his soul. Boom! When the Dragon Queen crossed the dragon flame pillar and jumped onto the elemental flame pillar shot out from the crystal ball, the golden red flame pillar suddenly expanded and enveloped her whole body. Chapter 746. The magic crystal ball originally shot out a thick pillar of fire. When Danny jumped onto the pillar of fire, it suddenly shot out a 2-meter-tall circle of golden red flames. The white-cloaked priest below wanted to burn her to death. Burn the Dragon Queen to death. Danny, who was walking through the flames, was not injured at all. Instead, she was like a fish in water. Like a slide, she stepped on the pillar of fire and quickly slid towards the source of the pillar of fire, the crystal ball at the top of the magic tower. Ha ha ha, he laughed in delight. I'm going to kill you. A white-cloaked priest was provoked. He roared and released his hands from the crystal ball. He pulled out a dagger from his waist and stabbed himself in the chest. Ha ha ha, go to hell with me. He chanted an incantation viciously. The bright red blood that seeped out of his chest was dyed black. It was as black as ink and had a pungent smell. The black blood wriggled as if it had a life of its own. A cloud of black fog gradually gathered. The black blood and fog formed a face that looked exactly like the cloaked priest. The vicious and cruel ghost face was as big as a basin. The moment Danny jumped down from the top of the tower, it pounced towards her face. The whole process was too fast. The cloaked priest was in Danny's blind spot. There was a 2-meter-wide magic crystal between them. She was caught off guard and was directly hit by the ghost face. Tsk tisk tsk, it was as if a rusty nail was thrown into concentrated sulfuric acid. Ow ow ow, the ghost face pounced on Danny's helmet. A charred black smoke rose. The old priest's soul let out a shrill cry. No tile steel armor, I can't accept this. In an instant, the basin-sized ghost face evaporated into thin air. What can you not accept? This isn't an ordinary tile steel armor. It has a Brandon evil suppression spell formation embedded in it. It is immune to all elemental attacks. What's the use of your little blood witchcraft that isn't even at the level of a demigod? Although Danny was cursing loudly, her face was pale. She was disgusted and felt like vomiting. Ugh, she almost fainted from the smell. Tisk. Her heart was filled with anger, and she did not delay any longer. She slashed down with her sword, and a white-cloaked priest next to her was cut into two. The magic crystal tower extracted fire magic from the magma and turned it into various spells in the hands of the great wizards. In theory, the mana within the earth fire was limitless. It was as if the great wizard had activated a mana limitless buff. However, magic power also needed a wizard to use it. Being besieged by 3 megalosaurus, the 8 white-cloaked priests were already at their limits. Now that 2 out of 8 were gone, they could no longer maintain their continuous attacks. Boom! The pillar of fire that collided with the great black dragon flame exploded into fireworks in the sky. The door-sized greatsword was as light as a dagger in Danny's hand. In an instant, 4 white-cloaked priests were cut in half. The corpse fell to the ground, and the cloak shook off, revealing a deformed face with a crooked mouth and slanted eyes. The sky was clear, and the fire snakes and fire pillars that attacked the megalosaurus had all disappeared. One of the remaining 2 cloaked priests fell to the ground in fear, while the other faced the dragon queen. His gaze was resolute as he roared into the sky. "My lord Balerion, please descend to the human world and punish the sinners in front of us." The next moment, a powerful holy aura rose from his body, and the eyes under the hood emitted a blinding golden light. Balerion could not wait to descend on the fanatic who had willingly offered their bodies. "How dare you come to my magic tower?" Whoosh! The dark red blade whistled through the sky and slashed right on top of Sheep-Egg's head. Buzz slash! A layer of transparent eggshell suddenly rose and covered Sheep-Egg. Where the blade hit, red sparks flew in all directions. Shit! Magic barrier! Danny was stunned for a moment. She held the sword with both hands and continued to press it down. Her left foot kicked up fiercely. Bang! Such a sudden attack was still blocked by Sheep-Egg. He did not move. Perhaps he did not even have time to react. But in front of his crotch, a light red transparent film appeared. The iron boot kicked on it, and ripples like water rippled out. Danny did not hesitate. She quickly retracted her sword and took 2 steps back. The tip of the sword pressed down and stabbed Sheep-Egg's throat at an even faster speed. Buzz slash! 4 to 5 sparks flew, and a transparent barrier formed by flames appeared in front of Sheep-Egg. Buzz 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 slash slash slash! Danny continued to swing her sword, either stabbing or slashing. Pieces of flame film appeared around Sheep-Egg's body. When all the transparent films were connected, they formed a human-shaped fire armor. It was not the eggshell-shaped barrier that Danny had guessed, but a suit of armor. The surface was smooth, without a trace of decoration, rivets, or welds. It was like a prototype armor carved out of transparent crystal. Susanoo. Danny was really shocked this time. At first glance, the smooth transparent fire armor looked a bit like a tight-fitting version of Susanoo. Actually, it was more like the ice armor of the deviants. You think you are a great wizard just because you have the great wizard's meditation technique? In front of me, your magic knowledge is as shallow as a baby. Sheep-Egg sneered. If you have the guts, move your hand away from the magic crystal ball. Danny took a step back, holding the sword in front of her chest with both hands. She closed her eyes, and there was no trace of frustration or panic on her face. Her voice was carried by the wind, and gently floated into Sheep-Egg's ears. Sheep-Egg did not notice the breeze that moved the hair by his ears. He only turned his head to look at the blue magic crystal ball. His right hand was placed on it, and there was an endless amount of magic that could be used. This is also part of my power. He smiled proudly. On the magic crystal tower, the great wizard is God. I am right in front of you, why don't you attack me? Danny smiled faintly. The smile on Sheep-Egg's face disappeared. He raised his empty right hand, and a palm-sized crescent-shaped transparent fire blade appeared around him. He pointed at it. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the crescent-shaped fire blade streaked across the space of less than 4 meters like lightning, hitting Danny's helmet, neck, mouth, and arms. There were even fire blades that drew an arc, hitting her back and butt. Ding ding ding. Unfortunately, every fire blade only left a crisp sound on Danny's armor, and nothing else. Not even sparks flew. It was as if the fire blades were all illusions, and Danny's body did not even sway. But the 3-inch deep cut on the red sandalwood floor with smoke coming out of it proved that the fire blades were not illusions, and they were extremely powerful, no less than slashing with a sword. Increase the power, are you tickling me? Danny closed her eyes and sneered. Sheep Egg's face was gloomy. He flipped his flat right hand, and his 5 fingers tapped lightly as if he was playing a pipa. Roar! A red dragon head the size of a small van appeared on the surface of the blue magic ball. It was as if the magic ball had opened a portal, and a ferocious red dragon emerged from the other side of the portal. But Danny knew that it was Sheep Egg's fire sorcery, and not the real Megalosaurus. Roar! A 10-meter-long red dragon formed and circled above Sheep Egg. Its form and aura were almost identical to a real dragon. Go! Sheep Egg pointed at the empty space in front of him, and the red dragon turned into a stream of light, rushing towards Danny. The speed of the attack was so fast that the spacious top of the black stone tower was turbulent, as if a level 12 typhoon was blowing. Then, the typhoon really came. Danny suddenly opened her eyes, and a hint of green flashed across her violet eyes. Then, a green tornado rose around her iron boots. The green tornado circled around her calf, bypassed her skirt, and finally wound around the blade of the giant sword in front of her chest. The dark red sword had an additional layer of green illusory scabbard. Danny took a step forward, and waved her sword to meet the roaring fire dragon. From the mouth of the fire dragon to its tail, it was split into 2, and the cut was as smooth as a mirror. Boom! The 2 pieces of the red dragon exploded, as if a light missile had been detonated. This was just the beginning. Danny seemed to have turned into a breeze, and her speed broke the limits of human running. In the blink of an eye, she was in front of Sheep Egg. Alright, it was only 4 meters away, a distance of 1 or 2 steps. Under Sheep Egg's slightly bewildered gaze due to the fire dragon being split apart, a green shadow flashed past. What is it? He asked, puzzled. Clang! The sound of a sword returning to its scabbard came from behind him, followed by Dragon Queen's faint laughter. Something that will take your life. What? Sheep Egg was shocked. When? She actually ran behind me. He suddenly turned his head back, but gave up halfway. A burning chill began to spread from the center of his brows to the rest of his body. How is this possible? Sheep Egg muttered in disbelief. Chi, chi, chi. It was like a pair of invisible hands had grabbed Sheep Egg's body, and then with a forceful rip, he was split in 2. Blood sprayed out, dyeing him a red blood mist. Boom! A burning flame came out of the 2 pieces of the corpse, igniting the blood mist and igniting the body like firewood. That sword contained the divine power of wind and fire. The sharp wind cut through Sheep Egg's flame barrier, as well as his body. The flame power of the magic sword ignited his body. What is impossible about this? Don't forget, I also have a magic tower. The magic crystal ball can provide unlimited magic, but there is a limit to its power. The magic crystal tower extracted magic from the earth's core like a well in a village. The magic crystal ball was like a reservoir. When the 8 cloaked priests fought against the 3 Megalosaurus, they had already used up most of the magic in the magic crystal ball. The magic pipeline was only that thick, so there was a limit to the amount of magic that could be replenished in a unit of time. Danny's provocation and her attack on Sheep Egg had consumed the magic in the magic crystal ball. If the magic crystal ball had a total power of 10,000 watts, when Sheep Egg didn't attack Danny, his knockoff Susanoo would have a power of 10,000 watts. If he used 3,000 watts to attack, the knockoff Susanoo would have a power of 7,000 watts. To make that 10-meter-long red dragon, at least 8,000 watts of power was used, leaving only 2,000 watts for the knockoff Susanoo. Danny's wind wound attack had a power of at least 8,000 watts, so it was too easy to break through the 2,000 watts defensive knockoff Susanoo. Big Black landed on the top of the magic crystal tower and smashed the blue magic crystal ball with his tail. He spat out dragon flames and burned the corpse of Sheep Egg. Danny stood on the side and used the spiritual bestowment technique, turning the thought that belonged to Sheep Egg into ownerless spiritual power and a bit of divinity. Sheep Egg only had a thought on a believer, so there wasn't much to gain. Danny was still complaining about the lack of gain, but Sheep Egg in the smoke sea abyss was enraged. Wang, wang. The black tower began to shake violently as a terrifying magic came from the bottom of the tower. Sheep Egg, are you crazy? With such a large power, the volcano will explode. Danny said in a shocked and angry voice. Ha, 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 are you afraid? Relax, before the fire erupts, I can kill you. Ah, no. Lalo, at the bottom of the black tower, the proud laughter of the other Sheep Egg suddenly turned into a mournful wail. Chapter 747. Could breaking the crystal ball destroy the mage tower of the great wizard Valeglia? Definitely not. What if the entire mage tower collapsed? It was possible. For example, 2 floors of the mage tower on Dragonstone Island had been destroyed by the Allied forces, and the crystal ball had also been destroyed. However, the magic pump of the mage tower on Dragonstone Island was on the B10 basement level. It could not be destroyed even if all the buildings were demolished. Black girl Larissa brought a top-grade magic diamond that Dragon Queen had casually picked up from Soros for Dragonstone Island. She and Marvin worked together to reinstall the magic crystal in the lower level of the mage tower, and the mage tower resumed operation. In other words, the foundation of the mage tower was the magic pump connected to the magma pool. Only by destroying it would the mage tower be completely destroyed. If one were to compare it to an electrical system, the magic crystal ball would be equivalent to an electrical socket with an AI system, while the magic pump would be a generator. Half of the Holy Church of Orlos was floating above the sea, so naturally, the mana pump would not be in the basement. Thus, after Big Black destroyed the mana crystal, Danny prepared to summon Ursa and the others who were watching the battle from afar. She wanted them to go downstairs and completely destroy the magic tower. After all, Dragonstone Island's magic network was very useful for long-distance communication. Especially after the collapse of the Great Wall and the successful invasion of the otherworldly demons, Danny's need for real-time information was even more urgent. Looking for Jenny was one of the reasons she had come to Orlos this time, but the Mana Tower was an even more important goal. As for Sheep Egg, she already knew that he was in the Smoke Sea Abyss, but she did not have any means to deal with him. However, something unexpected happened. Danny had just absorbed the weak divinity in Sheep Egg's mind. She jumped onto Blackie's back and prepared to summon her underlings. Suddenly, the magic pump overclocked, and a terrifying amount of magic power was extracted from the underwater volcano. Even the Holy Cathedral was shaking from the intense magic waves. Obviously, there were more than 8 white-cloaked priests in the Holy Cathedral. Sheep Egg must have sent another thought to a devout believer and reactivated the Mage Tower. Unlike Dragonstone Island, which only had one magic crystal ball, the Holy Cathedral's Mage Tower's structure was more complex, and there were many secondary control hubs. In fact, it was not just a thought, but a part of his soul. Because a thought and divine power of a thought was not enough to control the Mage Tower overclocked. In order to get Danny, young Dan had put in a lot of effort this time. In the blink of an eye, the magical flux of a large-scale spell being activated came from the bottom of the tower. A circle of red transparent light rose from the base of the tower, forming a gigantic tower-shaped protective barrier that enveloped the 50-meter-tall Holy Church. Yep, the Templar Tower will be wearing a layer of imitation Susa. Before Dahe could take off, it was also covered. A red transparent film appeared above the open-air platform on the top floor. Sheep Egg, are you crazy? Danny was shocked and angry. Sheep Egg's goal was not hard to guess. He wanted to raise a fire barrier to prevent Danny from escaping. However, a spell of this scale could be considered a forbidden spell. It required an extremely large amount of earth-fire magic power. The magic power in the underwater volcano was almost limitless, but the magic power in the magma had its own pattern. If you lived in Yellowstone Park and used the boiling volcanic lake to cook eggs, it wouldn't affect the operation of the volcano at all. If you threw a nuclear bomb at the Yellowstone volcano, 2012, would definitely not be just a movie. The effect of wantonly extracting earth-fire magic power was similar to the effect of detonating a nuclear bomb. It would break the stable energy cycle of the underground magma. Therefore, the magic tower on Dragonstone Island did not extract any additional magic power. The magic tower only replaced the original hot spring. In other words, the magic pump was extracting the natural fire magic power from the hot springs. It didn't cause any damage to the volcano below Dragonstone Island, nor did it affect it. Previously, Sheep Egg and Danny were in the same situation. The fire magic power from the underwater volcano was constantly evaporating the sea. Sheep Egg collected the dissipated magic power and did not affect the normal operation of the underwater volcano. Of course, the amount of dissipated magic power was limited, which caused the magic tower's efficiency to be lower. Therefore, Danny used a little trick to break Sheep Egg's magic shield. Now, Sheep Egg seemed to be flustered and exasperated and wanted to perish together with her. Sheep Egg, you're crazy. If the volcano erupts, you'll be punished on top of your crimes. You're dead meat, Danny shouted angrily. Well, Sheep Egg was now a prisoner of the Yen Sea. If a prisoner committed a crime, wouldn't he be punished even more? Ha ha ha, are you afraid? Danny's exasperation seemed to have pleased Sheep Egg. He was very proud and confident. He laughed and said, "Don't worry, everything is under my control. Before the volcano erupts, I'll kill you." Ah, no, suddenly, Sheep Egg howled in anger and despair. Then, Danny noticed that the translucent magic shield above her was rapidly turning red and the aura was getting stronger. If Danny was still confident that she could break the magic shield with her newly created Wind Wound spell, now she was really trapped on the top of the Black Tower. Plop, plop. The Black Tower of the Holy Synod slowly tilted toward the sea. The sea below was boiling and steam rose into the air, forming a milky white column of air that supported the sky. There was also a thick black smell of sulfur mixed in the air like a mushroom cloud after a nuclear explosion. In the deep sea below, there seemed to be a flaming monster that could tear the earth apart, rapidly awakening. Looking at the fire outside the balcony that reflected the red sky, Danny understood there was no stopping it. The volcano would erupt. Because the magic pump was out of control. Lahi Luo, Sheep Egg roared with hatred. The roar shook the entire Black Tower of the Holy Synod. Lalo? Danny was a little confused. What did this have to do with Lalo? But in the next moment, when she and Blackie entered the dragon spirit, her perception followed the energy transmission channel created by the dragon crystal of the magic power tower and extended infinitely downward. 100 meters, 500 meters, 1,000 meters. About 5 kilometers deep into the magma at the bottom of the sea, a powerful and familiar aura flashed in her spiritual sense. Lalo. That guy tricked Sheep Egg. No, Sheep Egg's main body was not here, but Lalo's target is me. The long night fell, the laws of the world changed, and the power of the gods and demons became active. My retribution seems to be coming. Danny's face turned green and white. The Dragon Queen was not surprised that Lalo tricked her. She could even find countless reasons for him. She broke the fate that he had arranged 6,000 years ago, Asha's prophecy, her talent of creating life from fire was coveted. The three-eyed crow Blinden joined hands with her and tricked the Savior's physical body, John. She even destroyed his consciousness when he snatched Aegon's pterodactyl. He also wanted to snatch the door god's treasure. Before the long night, Lalo was too far away from the material world, and he could not take revenge on her, but now, the long night was full of gods and demons. The true gods who could only look down on the world from the astral world also descended to the mortal world. It seems that the enemies I have to be careful of are not limited to sheep-egg and deviant ghosts. Dany realized that her enemies had leveled up, and the true gods were no longer legends. She would have to face them directly. Blackie, let's go. Dany bent down and grabbed the bone spur on Blackie's neck tightly. Go? Where can you go? Sheep-Egg's faint voice came from the stairs, and a huge amount of magic power surged, enveloping Dany and Blackie's surroundings, almost freezing the space. Although the magic tower's rampage would trigger a volcanic eruption, and even a cataclysm on the level of a continent, before the eruption, the endless magic power would also allow the magic tower to be at its strongest. The power of the magic power pump has exceeded 3 belly. No matter what, you can't break the outer magic barrier. Dany knew about belly. It was the unit of measurement of the output power of Valeglia's magic tower. The so-called 1.0 belly was the maximum magic power that Balerion could unleash at his peak. According to the book, Magic Net Construction, the magic power of an ordinary true god was only 0.8 belly. Yes, Sheep-Egg was not a true god, but his power surpassed most true gods. The magic tower built on the 14th fire peak had an output power of at least 10 belly. That was why there was the saying, the great wizard of Valeglia on the magic tower is invincible. Dany's expression changed, and she patted Blackie lightly to let him continue to condense magic power. She turned to look at Sheep-Egg, who was wearing a black hood, and asked curiously, "Why is Lalo here? Could it be that he predicted what would happen today? You're not worried?" "Of course, I can open the magic barrier, but you should know that even if Lalo made a fool of me, I can't let you go." Sheep-Egg's pupils, which were emitting a faint golden light, suddenly contracted. Feeling the terrifying fire magic power around Blackie, Dany's heart trembled, but her face was full of confidence. She smiled faintly and said, "I'm not so naive as to expect you to be humane. But have you ever thought that if I didn't have a trump card, why would I come here to fight you to the death?" "What trump card?" Sheep-Egg glanced at the black dragon, whose aura was gradually increasing, and sneered. "Your black dragon is very strong, but here and now, it can't hurt a single hair of mine. Actually, you're very ignorant. You don't understand what's going to happen next. Even if you destroy my divine soul, you won't be able to escape. One question for you, and one for me. How about that?" Dany sat on Blackie's back and looked down at him. Sheep-Egg hesitated. Perhaps she really did have a trump card. Then he should wait for the volcano to continue to erupt, and the magic tower's power would continue to increase. Then, whatever trump card she had would be useless. Thinking of this, he gave up on the idea of immediately starting a fight, and he first answered Dany's question. The 14th fire peak is Lalo's home. He was originally a flame in the heart of the 14th fire peak. Moreover, the Light King's divine kingdom in the astral plane is connected to the material world through the 14th fire peak. If he returns to the prime material world, his main body usually stays in the depths of the 14th fire peak. What appears in the mortal world is only a part of his consciousness. I'm not sure if he predicted today's events, or if he sensed Orlas's change and came up with an idea to kill you and me in one fell swoop." "I see." Dany frowned and thought for a moment, then said, "I received a gift from the ancient god of wind. Your magic barrier isn't a problem for me." "The ancient god of wind? The weirwood of the Westeros?" Sheep-Egg muttered in confusion. "Yes." "What gift?" Sheep-Egg asked in surprise. Blackie's magic power circulated even faster. Danny didn't answer, and instead asked, "Is Lalo's main body the first flame?" Sheepegg was stunned for a moment, then realized that this was the second round. "You actually know about the first flame?" He was shocked. He once lied to me and said that he was the first flame, but he wasn't. He was the first mortal flame in the world, the most ordinary flame. When he said this, Sheepegg seemed to be gnashing his teeth, and his face was twisted with obvious hatred. "I received his divine kingdom from the weirwood." Danny also answered his question. "What's in the divine kingdom?" Sheepegg was confused. "What's with the Veleglia cataclysm?" Chapter 748. Sheepegg looked at her deeply and said, "After singing the complete Song of Fire, my power surpassed that of a true god, but I still couldn't ascend to a true god. If I want to break through the last step, I have to perfect my Song of Fire." Thus, I thought of the first flame that created the world hides the mystery of creation. If I can get a first flame, I can even become a divine king, let alone a true god. Since Lalo is the first flame, as his birthplace, there is a high possibility of a second first flame being dug out from the 14th fire peak. Digging out the first flame was indeed more suitable for Sheepegg's identity than digging for gold. Strictly speaking, this fellow could be considered a determined Tao seeker. Unfortunately, not long after the world was born, the first flame was completely exhausted. Danny sighed. "After digging for 2,000 years, I accidentally found out about this secret from a dark demon god." Sheepegg's eyes flashed with surprise. "Did Yu Yangmu tell you? You're lucky to have met such a good teacher." Danny was deep in thought. The story between Sheepegg and Lalo must be very interesting. "Good people will be rewarded," she said proudly. "Good people? Childish." Sheepegg sneered. "The definition of good people by humans has no meaning to the will of the world. As long as you can sing a more perfect song of law, even if you exterminate the human race, you will still be blessed by the heavens and be the favorite of the world. People of different paths cannot work together. Let's first explain the Great Cataclysm." Feeling the increasingly intense energy waves in the sea below, Danny's eyes flashed with urgency. Sheepegg sneered and said lightly, "After that, I settled for the second best. I only wanted the remains of the first flame. If Lalo is the first flame, the place where he was born must have been soaked in the first flame for countless years. There must be remains of the first flame." Speaking of this, he sighed dejectedly. "Unfortunately, he is not. Thousands of years of digging caused the crust outside the volcano to become thinner and thinner, and in the end, disaster came. I thought that a true god was involved in the Great Cataclysm." Danny was inexplicably disappointed the melon was not big enough. Of course there was a true god. Sheepegg broke her disappointment. "Just like today, at least Lalo did something. The incident was too sudden, and he wasn't sure if there were other gods involved. But in the end, the source of the catastrophe is still me. If I don't activate the high-power magic pump, no one will be able to plot against me." At least he had some self-awareness. "Are you regretting it?" "I regret it." Sheepegg sighed. "I should have spent a few thousand years to settle down and create a more perfect magic tower technology so that those with ulterior motives wouldn't be able to take advantage of it." Danny's lips twitched. "You know that Lalo lied to you. There is no first flame under the 14 fire peaks. Why don't you wake up now?" "Who said there is no first flame below the 14 fire peaks?" Yang Dan's gaze became strange. He stared at Danny and sized her up. The greed in his eyes was deeply suppressed. "Recently, I discovered that my understanding of the first flame had deviated. The first flame is the flame that creates the world. Naturally, it can take any form. For example, it can be reincarnated into a human. For example, it can merge with a person's soul and become their talent. I may not have dug out the first flame back then, but after the catastrophe, the 14 fire peaks erupted together. The power that was enough to reshape the world erupted, and one of them was the first flame. Sheep Egg gradually became fanatical, and the greed in his eyes could no longer be suppressed. You guessed wrong, I have nothing to do with the first flame. Eggface's stare made Danny very uncomfortable. I'm not wrong. Danny Alice, you can't escape. Sheep Egg licked his lips and said excitedly, this time, I don't just have a thought. This body has 1/5 of my soul power. In terms of divine power, divinity, and the total amount of soul, I am now 3 times stronger than you. Not to mention, I have the magic tower. Even if I don't do anything and only lock your spiritual power, you won't have a chance to use spatial witchcraft. Also, haven't you noticed? The magic power of the underwater volcano has been expanding, and the magic tower's power has been increasing rapidly. Now that the space around you has been frozen, even if you obtain the Weirwood space-time witchcraft, you won't be able to open a spatial door under the defensive barrier of 6 belly. After all, it hasn't even been a day since you obtained that old devil's talent. You must not be familiar with it, and because you are too unfamiliar with it, every time you use a spatial door, you will need to consume a large amount of magic power. If the magic power in your body is not enough to break through my spatial seal, no matter how powerful and mysterious your spatial magic is, what use is it? You know. Danny was surprised. I didn't know at first, but just now, Lalo sent a message to the magic tower and told me everything. Sheep Egg said proudly. You guys really love and hate each other. Danny said a strange word with a strange expression. That bastard just doesn't want you to escape, so he used me to tie you up, and even kill you, and then. Sheep Egg's expression suddenly became venomous. According to the plot of the legendary hero story, you two demons have such a huge grudge against each other, so you should fight to the death in front of me, and then let me reap the benefits. Why is it that now, it's me, the great hero, who is risking my life against you, the great demon, and in the end, another wretched demon reaps the benefits? Danny complained. The legendary story isn't wrong, but who is the hero will be decided by the one who survives in the end. After all, the legendary story can only be spread from the mouth of the living. Sheep Egg sneered. Since you are so clear-headed, why don't you open the defensive barrier, and we shake hands and make peace? It's obvious that Lalo, who is hiding and watching the show, has the highest chance of becoming the great hero. Danny suggested. Don't be delusional. Sheep Egg sneered, who can eat the duck is a matter of the future. But before the duck is cooked, we will reach a tacit agreement to ensure that the duck can't fly away. I'm the duck. You should have this awareness long ago. The sheep egg let out a long sigh and said with an extremely sincere expression, Daenerys, merge with me. It's not a simple plunder. You have me, I have you, you are me, I am you. Let's sing the most beautiful song of fire together, and the world will sublimate under our song. Don't disgust me. Danny shuddered, and said in disgust, I'd rather have my physical body destroyed, and my soul return to the body of the Megalosaurus, than with you. Fuck, saying that word is blasphemy to me. Don't be stubborn, do you think that after you die, Lalo will allow the white dragon and green dragon to take your soul and leave? Danny howled, I'll teach you a lesson today, a cooked duck is not only stubborn, it can also fly. As soon as she finished speaking, Blackie bent down, opened its mouth towards Sheep Egg, and spewed out the magic that it had been accumulating for a long time. Childish. Sheep Egg's face was full of sarcasm, trying to hurt a god of fire and Megalosaurus with dragon flames in the wizard tower. Boom, the next moment, Blackie spat out a strange, mosaic fireball, which was bright red, like an irregular large crystal formed by the condensation of countless polyhedral red crystals. At first glance, it seemed that the dragon flame fireball was pixelated. Sheep Egg saw such a fireball, but his expression changed drastically, no, this is impossible. The mosaic fireball landed on Sheep Egg's chest like a cannonball. Sheep Egg's subconscious use of fire control to shift the fireball was completely ineffective. However, Sheep Egg was neither blown away by the cannonball, nor did he melt in the dragon flame. Buzz, 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 the mosaic fireball trembled rapidly a few times, and then like a lump of paste, it landed on a completely transparent iron plate and spread out like a pancake. The pancake slashed across Sheep Egg's chest as if nothing was there, and then it slashed on the immortal and indestructible black stone wall behind him, making a teeth-aching cutting sound. Finally, the pancake met resistance on the red magic barrier outside the wall. At the place where they met, magic surged, as if a thick faucet pipe had been opened, spewing out flames and fire magic. Space and time were blurred there. Sheep Egg lowered his head, but he did not see his lower body, nor the floor of the black tower. He actually saw a reddish-brown barren land, 2 megalosaurus, 1 white and 1 green, 3 pterosaurs carrying iron knights, and 5 dragons flying close to the ground. You actually gave the gift of a true god to a stupid dragon. Sheep Egg raised his head, his face distorted, and roared in disbelief, "Do you understand what you have done? Recklessly wasting natural resources is not enough to describe your stupidity." His roar was getting farther and farther away, and his torso above his chest fell into another space. It was a long story, but in fact, it happened in an instant. While Sheep Egg was still roaring, Blackie retracted his wings, jumped down with Danny, and jumped into the red mirror the size of a swimming pool below. Blackie opened the space door, not Danny. Sheep Egg was wary of many things, but he was wary of the wrong person. The demigod Megalosaurus had almost unlimited magic, and he also had the faith pool of the 7 gods. No matter how much magic Sheep Egg used to solidify space, it was useless, unless Sheep Egg also understood the law of space. Danny, Blackie, and Little Green were all dragon spirits, so she helped Blackie locate the exit of the space door above Little Green's head. Yep, Little Green, Little White, and Cora were watching the show around the Black Tower of the Holy Church, but after Sheep Egg's second god's descent and the underwater volcano went out of control, Danny immediately told them to leave. However, they did not go too far away from Orlos. After all, it had only been a few minutes. Whoosh! A gust of wind suddenly blew above their heads. Big Bear, Garth, and the others looked up and saw an oval-shaped red circle of light in the air, and large amounts of magic sparks fell from the other side of the circle of light. 7 gods, what is this? Big Bear was inexplicably shocked when he saw another half of a corpse with a neck and shoulder fall down. Yep, although the head wearing the cloak was roaring in a sorry state, his eyes were shining with golden light, and he was emitting a powerful aura that made it hard for people to breathe. Just as Big Bear, Garth, and the other warriors resisted the pressure on their souls and raised their crossbows, preparing to attack the corpse, the sky darkened again, and Blackie jumped out of the circle of light with his shoulders shrunk. The black dragon opened his mouth, and golden red runes appeared between his upper and lower jaw, arranging themselves. They formed a brilliant sealing circle. Sheep Egg felt the golden light above his head grow brighter, and before his roaring stopped, he fell into Blackie's mouth. He fell into the sealing circle. As if he had put on a tight suit, the circle stuck to every inch of his skin and flesh, and then burned him. Crackle, the cloaked believer, who acted as the carrier, was burned to ashes, leaving only a brilliant divine soul in the sealing circle. He struggled and cursed. Unfortunately, Danny was unprepared and did not even give him a chance to escape back to his main body through the dragon spirit. Whoosh! Sheep Egg's divine soul entered the divine kingdom of the 7 gods and was sealed in the abyss of the divine kingdom. He would never be able to rise again. Chapter 749. Your Majesty, why did you come out of the circle of light? What is a circle of light? Seeing Blackie and Danny, Big Bear heaved a sigh of relief, but he couldn't help but ask the question in his heart. I'll tell you later. Let's get out of here first. Danny's expression was serious. She was multitasking. She fully activated her senses and was wary of Lalo, who might suddenly appear. At the same time, she urged Blackie to quickly open another space portal. They were less than 5 kilometers away from the Orlos Holy Church. The terrifying volcanic power was like the bottom of a snail's shoe. Danny felt like she and the others were the snail running with all her might. The stench of dog poop on the soles of her shoes had already rushed into her nose. It was too late. Perhaps in the next moment, the soles of her shoes would fall with a smack. Blackie, space portal. Go east, maximum distance. Her voice was a little distorted. Roar, Blackie roared. The 9-colored vortex in his mind spun rapidly. His thick neck made a swallowing motion and opened his mouth. Whoosh! The mosaic fireball crystal the size of a basketball shot out and landed 30 meters in front of Blackie. Without the magic tower's space freezing, the fireball crystal instantly expanded into a mirror with a diameter of 30 meters. Blackie didn't slow down and rushed forward. Follow me, quick. With that, Danny passed through the mirror with a whoosh and arrived at another reddish-brown wasteland. Her expression was terrible because they had only moved about 8 kilometers. They were only about 10 kilometers away from the edge of Orlos City. It was far from enough to leave the land of long summer. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, little green and little white passed through one after another, followed by 3 more pterosaurs. Buzz pop. The space portal flickered a few times and disappeared without a trace. Wow, we left Orlos City. What was that portal just now? It's so magical. Danny was worried. Her followers, on the other hand, were all amazed after experiencing the space portal for the first time. They were all shouting. Blackie! Can you still do it? Danny asked a pointless question. She and Blackie were both dragon spirits. In fact, she was the one who constructed the space portal runes in Blackie's mind. The first time Blackie broke through the magic tower's space, he used up too much energy. Blackie's spirit power was only enough to use the space portal once more. But she couldn't let him risk his life. Because Big Black would not die after exhausting the power of the divine soul, but it would fall into a deep sleep due to exhaustion. Suddenly, the sky behind them lit up with an incandescent light. In the next moment, the white light turned dark red like blood clots. The earth began to shake, and there was the crisp sound of the earth's crust cracking. What's going on? Ursa turned around in surprise before shouting in shock, Fire, 7 gods, Orlos. Behind him, Orlos was almost completely engulfed in a mixture of red flames, white lava, and black storms. There was no mushroom cloud. All the space between heaven and earth was filled with light, fire, and smoke. Don't look back, tell your pterosaurs to fly faster. Danny shouted. Although she said that, she also understood that the pterosaur's speed had already reached its limit. Boom! Half a minute later, the sound of explosions rang out. It sounded like the sound of 100 million warhorses galloping together. Everywhere it went, the earth trembled, the air trembled, and the grass, trees, and rocks shook. Everything in sight was shaking. A powerful shockwave was about to arrive. Suddenly, Danny's expression changed drastically. She could sense that the storm behind them was approaching. The shockwave was mixed with a large amount of fire magic, magma, sparks, black smoke, and hurricanes. These were not fatal to them, so she was not worried. However, there was also a special type of magic within the shockwave that Danny was very familiar with and also very wary of chaotic high-energy magic particles. That was the fog of curses. The land of long summer was filled with the fog of curses, but the density was limited. As long as one did not live in the fog of curses for a long period of time, there might be a risk of having a deformed child, but there would usually be no fatal injuries. However, if the density was too high, Danny had a feeling that Big Black and herself would be heavily injured under such a dense high-energy magic shockwave. However, they would definitely be able to survive. Little Green and Little White would have their scales, wings, and eyes burned, just like what the high-energy radiation magic had done to the Veleglia megalosaurus during the Great Calamity. Even Little White and Little Green might not be able to survive, let alone the other 3 pterosaurs. Danny began to regret. If she had known earlier, she would not have let Little White and the rest come along. Alright, it was a little belated. She had only wanted to destroy Jenny's magic tower on the way to the Westeros. She did not expect to cause such a huge commotion. Big Black, prepare to overclocking and fusion. Sighing secretly, Danny decided to use her ultimate move. Her main soul merged with the 9-colored vortex in her mind. The next moment, the 9-colored vortex flashed into Big Black's mind space. Compared to Big Black's 9-colored vortex, her 9-colored vortex was like a small kettle on the side of a water tower. However, when the small kettle merged seamlessly into the huge water tower, Big Black's dark red vertical pupils directly turned into a blood-red flame, and a layer of bright red magic film appeared on the surface of its body. From afar, Big Black had turned into a ray of light, a tracer bullet with a red fiery tail. The most direct change was from flying. Big Black was originally flying forward at its maximum speed. The moment it entered overclocking, it did not have time to slow down, and subconsciously, it was still at its maximum output power. Big Black suddenly rushed forward like a rocket, its tail and flesh wings dragging a long red trail in the air, and then, broke through the sound barrier. Boom! A circle of milky white airwaves spread around the megalosaurus, and a half-meter-deep gully was scraped out in the reddish-brown wasteland 20 meters below. The turbulent air and the ear-piercing sonic boom even made Little White and Little Green behind it lose their stability. Their huge bodies actually somersaulted a few times in the airflow. Fortunately, the pterosaurs were slow and were a little far from Big Black. Otherwise, they would definitely crash into the ground like a passenger plane that lost its momentum. Danny's soul power plus Big Black's endless magic power. How terrifying! Ugh, in contrast to Big Black's exploding momentum, Danny seemed to have lost the breath of a living person in an instant. Her spiritual fluctuations were so low that they stopped. Her whole body trembled, her face was pale, and blood flowed out of her orifices, especially her nostrils, which were like open faucets, gushing out. If she did not have the ring of wind to carry her second soul, she would have fallen down and fainted. This was indeed an overclocking state. However, it was not Big Black offering its own 9-colored vortex. Instead, it was a reverse overclocking. Danny had given all of her mana, divine soul power, and even her talent in understanding the fire creation power to Big Black. The Megalosaurus flight relied 80% on magic power and 20% on aerodynamics. After receiving all of Danny's soul power, Big Black suddenly became godly and broke through the sound barrier. When Big Black swooped down from the sky, it could reach 450 kilometers per hour, but now it was about twice as fast. Whoosh! The black dragon did not slow down, but it quickly spat out a fire crystal that seemed to have been pixelated. The fire crystal was not affected by air resistance. It drew a laser-like light shadow in the air and landed 50 meters in front of Big Black, the effective killing range of the dragon flame. Buzz! A circle of space doors opened instantly, and Big Black passed through with a violent airwave. Splash! On the other side, the sonic boom rolled up a 100-meter-high wave on the sea surface. Wherever Big Black passed, a huge white water vapor belt like the Megalosaurus was dragged out. Seeing the sea, Danny, whose internal organs were crushed by the G-power, finally breathed a long sigh of relief. In the next moment, Big Black took the initiative to cancel the overclocking state and returned her 9-colored vortex that was full of holes and dim light. Cough! Danny's face looked better after her main soul and meditation foundation returned, but she still kept coughing out pieces of her internal organs. Whoosh! After a few breaths, Little Green, Little White, and the 3 pterosaurs jumped out of the space door one after another. Boom! The moment the space door closed, the shock wave from behind had already hit the half-closed space door, making the water ripple. The airwave, which was mixed with high-energy radiation magic, let out a ghostly howl in the space between the gaps. However, it only lasted for a few tenths of a second before everything returned to normal. If it weren't for the obvious chaotic high-energy magic particles in the air above the sea surface, Danny would have thought that everything just now was an illusion. That was close, Danny said with lingering fear. Ah, Your Majesty, you're injured, Garth exclaimed. Danny was wearing a helmet and had pulled down her visor, but her silver-white breastplate was stained with bright red blood. Your Majesty, are you all right? When did you get injured? What happened to Orlos? Who injured you? You've vomited so much blood, I'm afraid you can't go to the north anymore. Go back to Myrene and rest for a while. That's right, just the few of us will be enough. Garth's subordinates all started talking at once. We'll take a detour and go through the plains. Danny waved her hand and didn't explain much. She just leaned on the dragon's saddle and closed her eyes to rest. Although everyone's hearts were filled with worry and doubt, seeing that Blackie had already taken the lead and was flying towards the north, they could only helplessly follow. Danny's condition was terrible. The best choice was actually to go back and rest for a few days. After all, she wasn't going to the Great Wall to enjoy the scenery of the north. It was inevitable that she would encounter powerful enemies while investigating the movements of the other ghosts. However, she had a cooked duck with her that could be used to replenish her energy. Blackie flew in the sky, and Danny's consciousness entered the faith space. She saw the original appearance of the cooked duck. Blasphemy, blasphemy, I am your ancestor god. The silver-haired man who was emitting a holy golden light roared angrily and struggled with all his might. The white chains around his wrists, ankles, and neck rattled. I'm heavily injured, and I have no interest or time to talk nonsense with you. Now, you have two choices in front of you, either follow the tradition and surrender to me, then pay the ransom, and I'll let you go. Or, you'd rather die than submit, and I'll immediately let you die with regrets, Danny said coldly. Sheepegg stopped shouting and struggling, and looked over. Actually, he was using his senses to observe. He saw that the Dragon Queen's aura was weak, and her soul was weak and chaotic. She indeed looked like she was heavily injured. Ha ha ha, I understand now. The Black Dragon's teleportation distance is limited, and you couldn't escape the explosion. Is your physical body destroyed? Sheepegg laughed heartily. Your Megalosaurus are all dead, right? Ha ha ha, before you leave the land of long summer, my main body will find you. Even if my main body didn't survive the explosion, you definitely won't be able to escape Lalo's pursuit. Danny looked at him in disdain and said calmly, I'm sorry to disappoint you. None of us died, but your Orlos was turned into a sea of fire in the calamity. Your direct descendant, Belarus, was annihilated. Your believers are all dead. Your main body is definitely 10 times more pitiful than me. If I were Lalo, I would definitely pick the weaker one. Sheepegg, you're finished. Sheepegg's expression changed, and he said hatefully, I don't believe it. You were clearly heavily injured, and even your soul has withered. This means that the Black Dragon's teleportation didn't allow you to escape the shockwave of the explosion. Chapter 750. Danny smiled and nodded. You're right. Dahe has just received the Wind God's spacetime talent and can't even open a portal on its own. Even with my help to condense witchcraft runes, it can only teleport less than 10 kilometers at a time. Moreover, breaking through your spacetime freeze earlier exhausted the power of its soul. Sheepegg seemed to have thought of something, and its golden pupils contracted for a moment. Then it shook its head and said in an ethereal voice, if that's the case, how did you escape? You're the ancestor of the Megalosaurus. Can't you guess the trump card of the dragon spirit knight? No, no, no. Sheepegg's crazy guess was confirmed, and it was even more unbelievable. You're crazy, crazy. Isn't it just reverse overclocking? How is it crazy? Danny asked curiously. You gave the talent of a true god to the Megalosaurus, and you reverse overclocked the Megalosaurus. You're crazy. Sheepegg roared emotionally. I don't understand what you're saying, Danny said disapprovingly. Don't you know the relationship between the Megalosaurus and the dragon spirit knight? Moreover, my relationship with Dahei is beyond that of a dragon and a knight. He's my child. The human and dragon are one, and their souls are intertwined. What's mine is his, and what's his is mine. I already have my own talent ability, but Dahei has nothing and is so stupid. How can I not help him? Danny's words were not a lie, but there was still some exaggeration. Door God's inheritance was too rich, and he was so good to her for no reason, which made Danny feel uneasy. A person with a complicated mind would always think of things in a complicated way. There was no doubt that Danny was not a pure white lotus. Instead, she had the vigilance and dark character that one must have in order to live in the celestial empire on earth. Helping an old lady cross the road had become the standard to measure one's wealth. How could Danny trust someone to be good to her without any bottom line? Even the savages beyond the Great Wall would not believe it. Of course, Door God's character was relatively strong, and Danny was only 30% suspicious. However, 30% suspicion was still suspicion. Then she thought of Dahei. What was the difference between hers and his? Just like the Church of the Seven Gods, even though Blackie was one of the seven gods, Danny played the role of the Holy Mother and used the clergy of the seven gods with just a thought. If the Door God's spacetime talent was given to Blackie, if the Door God was really a vicious person, Danny and the other four dragons could teach him a lesson that good people live a peaceful life, bad people die a horrible death. On the other hand, if Danny was the one who was ambushed, the five stupid Megalosaurus would probably not be able to do anything except worry. As it turned out, there might not be love without a reason in this world, but there were still people with the spirit of fearless sacrifice. Door God did not leave any backup plan behind. His soul power and divine power had completely dried up. Even his life imprint was broken and quickly disintegrating. The life imprint was the foundation of a creature. When the life imprint disappeared, it meant that the creature had completely returned to heaven and earth. Not even a trace of soul would be left behind. Danny was embarrassed for a moment, ashamed for a while, and regretted for a long time. Finally, she let go of the grudge in her heart. If she encountered a similar situation next time, she would still make the same choice. After all, people's hearts were unpredictable, and the world was dangerous. Those who thought more could live longer. After all, the meat was in the pot. As long as she entered the dragon spirit state, Danny could also use Dahei's spacetime talent to understand the spacetime law. Just like how she used Dahei's eyes to see the world, his ears to hear, his sixth sense to judge the immediate danger, his electromagnetic field to sense the direction, and what's the use of you giving the spacetime talent to the Megalosaurus? You're a holy spirit, so you're naturally closer to the law. With your extraordinary talent and the understanding of the Holy Spirit, you're like a tiger with wings. The Megalosaurus is dull and has no ability to understand the law. It will only waste your talent. Sheepegg was exasperated, as if Danny had wasted his talent. Danny thought for a while and asked, after you became a demigod, did you rarely rely on the red dragon Balerian's power? This question came out of nowhere, and Sheepegg thought for a while. Indeed, when he was weak, the red dragon was his greatest help. When he became a demigod, actually, there was no need for him to become a demigod. When he completed the initial optimization of the Great Wizard meditation technique, based on the Megalosaurus principle of absorbing the universe's force and spitting out dragon flames, Sheepegg would be stripped of the title of number 1 of the younger generation and become one of the strongest fire wizards in the world. Do you still want to grow together with the Megalosaurus? Sure, stop cultivating and wait for him slowly, Sheepegg mocked. You only have this bit of intelligence. You only want to stop cultivating and slowly climb together with the dragon. You've never thought of giving him a hand. You want to fly together with the Megalosaurus? Danny said calmly. I want to too, but how is it possible? At this point, Sheepegg's expression changed and stopped abruptly. Hee hee. Danny laughed. See, this is where the problem lies. On one hand, you think it's impossible, but on the other hand, you think that you should take all the benefits for yourself. You don't know anything. Sheepegg shook his head lightly. Do you think that nothing will happen to the dragon spirit? Why do you think the dragon slayer horn was created? Danny frowned and said, Is there a Megalosaurus that betrayed the dragon spirit knights in Valeglia before? Sheepegg looked at her strangely and said eerily, The talent of the dragon spirit was very rare in a certain period of time, but in Valeglia's 6,000 years of history, there have been hundreds of people with the talent of the dragon spirit. You're not the first dragon spirit knight to reverse overclocking. At least 30 great wizards have done the same thing. Do you know what happened to them? Among the 30, 25 of them died from exhaustion because their Megalosaurus partners refused to return their meditation foundation. Impossible. Danny's expression changed and she immediately denied it loudly. It was as if Sheepegg had insulted her child. Sheepegg's mouth curled into a sarcastic smile. The other 5 people also begged and cried 1,000 times. Only then did their Megalosaurus wake up from the madness of the sudden increase in power and unwillingly deactivate the overclocking state. Danny was silent. You've tried overclocking yourself. When the knight and Megalosaurus spirit and magic power are combined, there's a feeling of omnipotence, as if the world is in the palm of your hand. Have you ever hesitated whether or not you want to maintain this state forever? Young Dan laughed loudly. Danny's expression was calm and unmoved. No matter how deep the feelings are, there will be a price that will make them disappear. And power is the most tempting treasure in the world. Even rational wizards can be tempted, let alone the stupid Megalosaurus. So, you were tempted by power and forced to kill your red dragon? Danny said calmly. The relationship between us is not something you can imagine. Sheepegg seemed to have been greatly humiliated and was extremely furious. What's so unimaginable about it? Danny mocked. She has always been the one giving everything for you, but you accept it as a matter of course. I'm too lazy to talk to you. You don't know anything at all. Sheepegg closed his eyes. You think I want to talk nonsense with you? Danny was slightly angered. A prisoner dares to put on airs in front of me. I'll ask you one last time. Surrender and pay the ransom, or disappear. What do you want? If I give it to you, you'll let me go? Sheepegg opened his eyes. There was no hope in his eyes, only endless mockery. I want your witchcraft, the technique to forge steel and immortal stone. Hand it over and I'll let you go. Danny was not embarrassed at all. Her expression was very serious, as if she would definitely let him go if he paid the ransom. I won't believe you. Sheepegg mocked loudly. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Or do you think your intelligence is the same as a 3-year-old child's? 2 choices. Do you want to live or die? Danny said calmly. You'll never get any of my witchcraft, Arg. Before he could finish his sentence, Sheepegg let out a miserable howl. The milky white chains burned with platinum flames, igniting his entire spirit. A huge amount of spirituality and divinity fell into Danny's mind. The withered and broken 9-colored whirlpool quickly recovered and was full of vitality again, unexpectedly, after absorbing 1/3 of sheep egg spirit, not only did Dani recover, because she absorbed a large amount of sheep egg's song of fire divinity, she seemed to have stolen some of sheep egg's special traits that had nothing to do with spiritual bestowment. Just like how sheep egg desired Dani's bloodline and talent, sheep egg's own talent and soul traits were also a great supplement for Dani. To put it simply, the two of them could complement each other. No matter who swallowed who, they would become the final and most perfect representative of Valeglia's dragon and magic civilization. Previously, sheep egg had always wanted to swallow Dani. Now, Dani swallowed him. Suddenly, Cora and the others who had been following behind Blackie and looking at Dragon Queen's back worriedly saw a blur in front of their eyes. The air around Dragon Queen's body was distorted. It was like a summer afternoon. Standing on the road and looking forward, one could see the scenery in front of them being distorted in the air. It was not an illusion. They could feel the heat waves emitted from her body even though they were dozens of meters away. The invisible flame distorted the air around her. "Your Majesty! Your Majesty, what happened?" Big Bear shouted worriedly. "Don't be noisy. Dani is cultivating." Blackie roared in a muffled voice. Big Bear, Garth and the others immediately stopped talking. They just opened their eyes wide and looked at her. About 2 hours later, when they passed by the Free Young Girls' Islands Nan and town, they saw the distorted air around Dragon Queen gradually extinguish. The scorching heat and inexplicable pressure emitted from her body also disappeared. The 9-colored whirlpool that was rotating at high speed finally broke through the limit and emitted a pale golden holy light. Dani had become a fire demigod. Sheep egg, it's so nutritious. Dani woke up from her meditation and licked her lips. She was not satisfied yet. She wanted to swallow the remaining 2/3 of sheep egg's soul immediately. But considering Blackie's unreliable door of time and space, she had to leave a backup plan for reverse overclocking. Sheep egg's remnant soul is only 1/5 of his original body. 1/3 of 1/5. 1/15 is enough for me to become a demigod easily. Even the fire demigod's divinity surpasses the wind demigod's. Dani's eyes shone. If she swallowed sheep egg completely, she could at least reach the threshold of a true god. If she was more prepared, she could completely chant the Song of Fire. Then she could very well reach the realm that sheep egg had always desired, the fire god. Shaking her head, Dani threw away the fanciful thoughts in her mind. She immediately split out a spirit projection and landed beside Old Barton in Marine City. She warned, "Sir, a catastrophe has occurred in Orlos. The winged dragon army should not fly to the land of long summer." After that, she sent a message to the Free Young Girls' Islands Nan and town and New York town. "Do not go out to sea. Go ashore immediately and enter the highlands. Be careful of the tsunami from the Smoke Sea." Chapter 751. Freedom Maiden Island had such a good geographical location. It could be said to be the Hawaii of Slaver's Bay. Why had it always been barren? Actually, before the cataclysm, there were already 2 cities built on the pistol-shaped island. They were Guzai, today's Southam town, and Vanos, today's New York town. During the cataclysm of Valeglia, the explosion of the 14 fire peaks, the sinking of the land, and a huge amount of volcanic ash containing high-energy magic elements should have covered the entire world, causing the world to enter an eternal winter for the mutated creatures. However, the gods interfered. They sealed the entire land of long summer. All the fog of curses was blocked within the broken continent. The neighboring Slaver's Bay was not affected at all. The seal of the gods only blocked the volcanic ash and smoke from the high-energy magic elements. It did not block the storms and tsunamis under the laws of physics. The ocean 1,000 kilometers around Valeglia was attacked by the tsunamis that were 100 meters tall. Even the continent of Sosrith was no exception. Freedom Maiden Island, which was 300 kilometers long and 50 kilometers wide, was completely submerged under the waves. None of the residents survived. Dani knew this history, which was why she was worried that the same thing would happen again. Reality proved that her worries were not groundless. At around 3 in the morning the next day, a 15-meter-tall wave surged from the southwest and swallowed half of New York town. The other half was used as a military base and was built on the tall cliffs by the sea. Even Gwyn Island, New Guise, in the east and Volantis in the west were struck by the squall of the next evening. In the fierce wind, waves that were 4 to 5 meters tall crashed against the pier. This was the cataclysm. Yes, the monkey version of Valeglia's cataclysm. Orlos is finished. 20 kilometers southeast of Myrene City, deep underground, Jenny's eyes were filled with tears of blood. She was screaming at the top of her lungs. The dwarf who was meditating with his eyes closed dispersed the fireball in his palm. He asked curiously, "Did the Dragon Queen attack Orlos?" "It must be because of the magic tower. Your magic tower suppressed her communication system. The entire Orlos is gone. It was destroyed in the underground fire and sunk into the sea of smoke. My people are all dead," Jenny said in despair. "How did the Dragon Queen do it? Could it be that big turtle, the old man in the river? Did he summon the flood just like last time?" The dwarf asked in shock. "If the old man in the river dares to step into the smoke sea, His Majesty Balerion will immediately turn him into a pot of turtle soup. It's Lalo, he." "Forget it, you won't understand even if I tell you." Jenny shook her head in disappointment. "Lalo?" The dwarf was inexplicably astonished. What was going on recently? Deities were appearing one after another. Could this be the legendary circle? Have I also unknowingly joined the circle of top-class superhumans? Orlos has sunk into the ocean. This is practically a repeat of the Great Calamity. I wonder if His Majesty Balerion is safe." The dwarf asked with concern. "Your Majesty." Thinking about her identity as the successor of the dwarf high priest, Jenny hesitated for a moment before deciding not to hide it anymore. His Majesty Balerion suffered heavy losses. Not only did he have 1/5 of his spirit sealed by Dani Rise, but he also suffered a backlash from the laws of the universe due to the Orlos cataclysm. After that, Lalo took advantage of the situation and attacked him. Sigh. The dwarf was shocked and regretful. The battle between gods and demons that shocked Orlos and regretted that Balerion did not die. "What do you mean by backlash from the laws of the universe, and again?" he asked in confusion. Jenny frowned and thought for a moment before saying, "Just like the backlash from magic after a spell fails, the backlash from the laws of the universe is a higher level of magic backlash." Seeing the dwarf's blank expression and opening mouth as if he was about to ask another question, Jenny waved her hand and sighed. "It's hard to explain if you don't experience it yourself. If you really can't, just treat it as if you caused damage to the world and then be punished by the world's consciousness. 400 years ago, the great calamity of Valeglia caused His Majesty to suffer heavy losses and sleep for 100 years. The dwarf's large nose twitched a few times as he asked nervously, "Did Dani Rise suffer any backlash?" "No. No." The dwarf heaved a sigh of relief, but his tone was regretful and angry. "I was the one who built the Mage Tower." "It has nothing to do with her," Jenny said bitterly. "What about Lalo? You said he was the one behind it." "His methods were ingenious. Even if there was a backlash, it would be very weak." Sigh. His Majesty Balerion suffered heavy losses. "We're in big trouble," the dwarf lamented. "We should overcome all the troubles and serve His Majesty wholeheartedly," Jenny said in a low voice. "How should we work hard?" the dwarf said helplessly. "If we only attack the villages near Myrene, we won't be able to harm Dani Rise's foundation. It's even more impossible for His Majesty Balerion to gain any substantial benefits. Why don't we launch a decisive battle while we still have a few hundred elephant soldiers? I'll be the vanguard. I swear I won't be like my uncle. I'll charge at the front. Even if I die, I'll die on the front lines. That old turtle is lying in the river beside Myrene. We can't force our way into Myrene. Jenny shook her head, hatred flashing in her eyes. The long night has come. I'll drag the entire slave bait down with Orlos. Myrene has the river and the old turtle. We'll shift our position to the dry and warm Yuankai plains. I want to engage in tunnel warfare with Dany Rise. I want to destroy all of her farmlands, pastures, and granaries before the temperature drops and the dragon worm freezes to death. Ah, the dwarf exclaimed. The thing he was most worried about had happened. Actually, he had always known that in Jenny's current situation, the best choice was to give up on the extravagant hope of a direct battle and stay away from the river that posed a threat to the dragon worm. Hence, he had always pretended to be hot-blooded and encouraged Jenny to fight the Dragon Queen head-on. Tyrion wasn't the hand of the king of Slave Bay. Naturally, he wouldn't be worried about the people of Slave Bay. However, Jenny had angered the Dragon Queen. Would the Dragon Queen not vent her anger on him? He was still hoping that she would remove Balerian's thoughts from his mind. No, he had to warn the Dragon Queen. He didn't care if she had the means to deal with Jenny. He just wanted to get himself out of the range of the Dragon Queen's fury. He couldn't get away, but he could send a messenger. Fortunately, he had gotten rid of his cheap father during the chaos. Now that he was in charge of the elephant soldiers, he might be able to make Cadillac lose contact. What are you thinking about? Jenny's shout interrupted the dwarf's reverie. I'm thinking about how to serve His Majesty Balerion, the dwarf blurted out. Jenny smiled charmingly. Like a tiger pouncing on a sheep, she pressed the dwarf onto the soft couch. Just work hard like this. The Great Wall had really collapsed. After becoming a wind and fire dual-element demigod, Dany left the three-winged dragons behind and only pounced on the East Sea Guardian. The Great Wall collapsed in the afternoon. When it was close to evening, the door god opened the space door and handed his god's kingdom to Dany. Without much delay, she immediately appointed Barristan as the commander-in-chief of the volunteer army. That night, she started preparing to form the Winged Dragon army and rushed to Dragonstone Island. After dinner, Dany immediately set off for the north. In the end, she stayed in Orlos for most of the night. Hence, on the afternoon of the second day, around 4:00, Dany arrived late. The sky was dark, as if it was a rainy day. There were also 100 layers of thick gray quilts covering the sky. There was no clear boundary between day and night. Perhaps the moisture in the air yesterday had all turned into ice and snow that fell to the ground. There was no heavy snow today. Other than the howling northern wind, the sky of the East Sea Guardian was quiet and clean. The Great Wall was 200 meters tall and tens of meters thick. The inner layer was made of rocks, and the outer layer was artificially covered with a layer of glaciers. At this moment, the Great Wall was like a martial artist whose spine had been broken by a peerless expert. It collapsed on the ground like mud. Its originally majestic body had become a long and low grave. It was a grave of the Night Watchers mixed with stones and snow. It was also like a long piece of dough on a chopping board waiting to be cut into steamed buns. Dany brought 3 Megalosaurus with her. Little Green was the first to leave the team. His mission was to patrol the Seal Bay in the east to look for the East Sea Guardian. After arriving at the East Sea Guardian, Blackie and Dany stayed behind. Little White continued to head west along the Great Wall, looking for traces of the Night Watchers and deviant ghosts. I am the Great Guardian of Light. Where are the Night Watchers? Blackie shouted at the snow-covered grave below. Where are the Night Watchers? Hovering above the East Sea Guardian, Blackie shouted continuously for 5 minutes, but there was no response. Dany was not crazy. She hoped to summon the ghosts of the Night Watchers. Deviant ghosts. She knew that the night watchers lived in the towers above the ground in the summer and would go into the underground worm tunnels in the winter. The worm tunnels had a history of thousands of years. The thick soil on the upper layer was frozen hard like iron. The collapse of the Great Wall would not crush all the worm tunnels. Therefore, Danny guessed that there were night watchers hiding in the worm tunnels and escaping. The Mother of Dragons has arrived. Are there any night watchers lucky enough to survive? Blackie lowered its altitude to 150 meters. Its voice was louder and louder. It even used the power of the soul. The huge draconic aura was enough to penetrate the ground for tens of meters. If there was a mage with strong spiritual power, even if he was deaf, he could hear Blackie's voice. Ordinary people could not distinguish the information in the spiritual power, but they should know that the Megalosaurus was calling them if they had come in contact with the draconic aura before. Woo woo woo, this time, there was finally a response. Chapter 752. Boom. Blackie didn't enter the seven gods state. It only used its own magic power to spit out a red dragon flame that was as thick as a bucket and 20 meters long. Like a welding torch, the dragon flame slowly swept through the cracks of the Great Wall. The scorching flame evaporated the remaining ice on the surface of the wall, and a large amount of white steam rose into a huge black cloud. However, except for a street-wide scorched mark on the surface of the huge stone wall, there was no extra harm. Even someone as powerful as the Black Death god Balerion could only roast the people in the castle and not destroy the walls when he breathed fire to burn the fragile Helen Castle. Danny patted Blackie's neck to stop it from doing useless work. She complained, "That's nonsense. The scriptwriter should be fed to the deviant ghosts." But the next moment, Danny's pupils shrank. The surface of the scorched stone that was sprayed by the dragon flame lit up with dark red magic patterns. If it was during the day before the long night, Danny would probably ignore the faint fluorescent dark red runes. But now, the sky was dark, and the faint glow was very conspicuous, like a firefly in the summer night. The dragon flame activated the magic circle in the Great Wall. Danny jumped down from Blackie's back and landed lightly on the top of the cracked Great Wall. She closed her eyes and released her spiritual power to sense the magic circle in the Great Wall. Gradually, the confusion on her face turned into realization. So it's because I repaired the magic circle of the Great Wall and charged it. When Danny came to the Great Wall for the first time, she accidentally met the Black Gate and accidentally got the wind song of the Gate God. She also went through the test of the Gate God. The test of the Gate God was like this: the wind song had no owner. Whoever touched it and injected their spiritual power into it would automatically control it. At the same time, the wind song was the core of the magic circle of the Great Wall. Without the wind song, the Great Wall would begin to collapse. Then, could the person who got the wind song give up the true God-level power that was in control of the world? Danny was very thirsty for power, but she only struggled for a moment and immediately handed over the wind song. Door God was very satisfied with her performance. Considering that she was a holy spirit and had the talent to understand the embryonic form of the Song of Ice and Fire, Door God had secretly chosen her as the heir of his legacy. It was just that Danny herself didn't know. At that time, she also used her own power to repair the broken magic circles in the Great Wall. Danny listened to the Song of Wind of the Door God, and her consciousness traveled back to 8,000 years ago. She witnessed the entire process of the construction of the Great Wall, so she knew all the magic circles in the Great Wall and how they operated. After that, he contributed all of his, Big Black's, and Little White's magic power to repair the cracks on the surface of the Great Wall and recharge the magic array under the Great Wall. Since then, the magic array inside the Great Wall was maintained by two kinds of magic power. One came from the Door God, and the other came from Danny, Dahe, and Little White. The winter horn targeted the door gods, just like how an antivirus patch targeted a virus. When the horn was blown, the door god perished, and the array formed by the door god's godly power was naturally destroyed. However, the magic array that Dani repaired, and the magic array that relied on her and the Megalosaurus magic power to operate, remained. More than a year had passed, and Dani's magic power must not be much left. After the Great Wall collapsed, her magic power was depleted even faster. Perhaps in a few days, she would not be able to sense any trace of her own magic power in the Great Wall. However, the Great Wall had only collapsed yesterday, and there should still be some of her magic power left. That magic power was maintaining the operation of the broken magic array inside the Great Wall, so it could absorb the magic power of the same origin as the Great Black Dragon's flames. It seems like it can be repaired. Dani touched the stone wall with her right hand. Her spirit power sensed the operation of the magic array inside the Great Wall, and her expression was hesitant. If the Great Wall had not collapsed, she would not hesitate to repair the magic array immediately. She might even have to recharge the magic array regularly to maintain its normal operation. However, now that the Great Wall had collapsed for more than 30 kilometers, and the deviant ghosts had already crossed over, was there still a need to repair the Great Wall? There's no need. Dani sighed. She stood up and leaped. The flame wings behind her flashed and retracted, and she landed on the back of Blackie, who was flying slowly below them. Maybe there'll be a different effect this time. Dani tilted her head and glanced at the cracked Great Wall. Her lips curled into a strange smile. Hiss boom. Blackie circled around and faced the Great Wall again. The dragon flames were like a welding torch in the hands of a god, cutting through the largest steel plate in the world. This time, Dani merged her spirit power into the dragon flames. The dragon flames' form did not change, and neither did their might. However, the magic power in the dragon flames started to wildly destroy the magic array inside the Great Wall. Boom boom, boom. Wherever the dragon flames swept past, the walls cracked, and huge chunks of ice and rocks fell to the ground. Does this count as a perfect cosplay of the Night King in Game of Thrones, who delivered his head on a silver platter? Ha ha ha. When she thought of this, Dani felt an indescribable joy in her heart. She threw her head back and laughed. Whoosh! Suddenly, the sound of fleshy wings flapping in the air came from the west, mixed with the screams of many humans. Dani looked up and saw a group of pterosaurs flying over from the west, sticking close to the inner wall of the Great Wall. The pterosaur knights were all wearing wind helmets, so she could not see their faces clearly. However, each of the knights had a large and eye-catching flame heart pattern on their chests. Was this Erlu's pterosaur knight group? TSK, there were a total of 30 pterosaurs. The Ragged Prince's peach was really big. Dani was wondering why Erlu was here when she heard Erlu's teeth-grinding roar from the leading shadow dragon. So you were the one who burned down the Great Wall. You're the deviant ghost king with a noble heart shrouded in sin. Line up. Richard, who was on Erlu's left, ordered loudly. Raise the altitude and surround the deviant ghost king. Then, a group of pterosaur knights hurriedly drove their pterosaurs to climb up and formed a messy encirclement that was full of holes. Scram! The dragon's soul entered her body, and the shadow of a bright sword flashed across the dragon queen's eyes. In the next moment, 30 pterosaurs cried out mournfully. 29 pterosaur knights held their heads and wailed. The encirclement became more and more chaotic. Some pterosaurs even slammed into the collapsed Great Wall. Erlu's brain felt as if it had been pierced by a sharp sword. It was extremely painful, but his willpower was strong. He forced himself to endure the pain and even took part of the damage from the Divine Sword's soul suppressor, for his pterosaur. Deviant Ghost King Dani Lisi, I'll kill you. With a howl, he pulled out the hero's red sword from his waist and drove the shadow pterosaur, which was much smaller than Blackie, to dive towards Dani. Why don't you learn from your mistakes? I've already reminded you to bring Melisandre with you when you go out. Dany muttered, and then her eyes flashed again. The pterosaur, which was resisting the fear and rushing towards Blackie, let out a wail and slid to the ground like a plane that had lost its momentum. Boom chi chi, the thick snow greatly reduced the impact of the landing. The pterosaur dragged out a 20-meter-long ditch in the snow and stopped with a wail. Erlu was dizzy from the fall, and the red sword in his hand fell off. Looking at the pterosaur in the sky that was afraid to move forward, Dany smiled faintly and let Blackie land on a huge rock beside Erlu. Didn't you notice? Since you met the red-robed woman, your fate has been tied to her. As long as you don't have her by your side, you will almost certainly lose every battle. If you brought Melisandre with you today, at least you wouldn't be wiped out by a simple soul shock from me. She said to Erlu, who was shaking as he stood up. Are you the king of deviant ghosts? He shouted angrily. Is there something wrong with your brain? Dany laughed. Erlu waved his hand towards the sky and stopped the pterosaur that was eager to throw bombs at Dany. Well, in Erlu's pterosaur army, some pterosaurs were carrying kerosene bombs, while others piled a bundle of green wildfire bombs on their backs. It was also because of the equipment of the pterosaur army that Dany didn't kill them. It was obvious that Erlu wasn't here to ambush her, but to hunt down the king of deviant ghosts. You were destroying the Great Wall and laughing crazily. Erlu glared at Dany and gritted his teeth. So? Dany was a little embarrassed. I thought you were the king of deviant ghosts. Are you or are you not? Erlu's eyes were spitting fire. Did you cause the Great Wall to collapse? Or are you working with the king of deviant ghosts? Sigh, that's why I said that you should have brought Melisandre here. Dany sighed and felt sad for Erlu. He didn't even know the king of deviant ghosts, but he was so anxious to bring a group of minions to hunt him down. Erlu stumbled across the waist-deep snow. With great difficulty, he finally managed to pick up his red sword. You were destroying the Great Wall and laughing proudly. With the red sword in his hand, Erlu inexplicably felt more confident. The prophecy said that he would defeat the king of deviant ghosts with the red sword in his hand. I wasn't laughing. The wind is strong here. You heard wrong. Dany firmly denied. Erlu was skeptical. Indeed, outside the Great Wall, the north wind whistled like a ghost. Just now, it seemed to be a ghost like this. You rode a dragon and burned down the Great Wall, he said again. That's why you should have brought Melisandre here. Erlu gritted his teeth. Don't change the topic. Are you working with the king of deviant ghosts because of the Iron Throne? Dany waved her hand in disgust. Let the king of deviant ghosts sit on the Iron Throne. You muggle, you can't sense the magic waves and can't recognize the glow of the magic runes. You didn't know that I was checking the incomplete magic circle inside the Great Wall. Checking the magic circle. The Great Wall has collapsed. How can you check the magic circle inside? Erlu's tone was suspicious. I can kill you and all of you like killing chickens. Would you lie to a chicken that you can kill easily? Dany sneered without holding back. Erlu's face was livid. He almost chewed through his gums. But at the same time, he dispelled most of his doubts about Dany. He wouldn't lie to a chicken. Dany's tone softened and she asked curiously, why are you here? Erlu stared at her for a long time before he said dejectedly, yesterday, the Great Wall collapsed. Melisandre sensed it. She told me that the king of deviant ghosts had already brought his army into the north. A calamity is coming, so, she asked you to challenge the king of deviant ghosts and end the long night? Dany asked strangely. Erlu shook his head and said with a complicated tone, I'm the legal king of the 7 kingdoms and the protector of the entire realm. Protecting the Westeros is my responsibility. No matter what, I can't let the deviant ghosts enter the 7 kingdoms. The best choice is to end the king of deviant ghosts before he causes great suffering in the Seven Kingdoms. Actually, Aunt May had encouraged him to sacrifice Shireen to revive the demon dragon Vargal. Erlu had a big fight with her. When he brought the winged dragon army out, he didn't bring the red-robed woman. You should have brought the red-robed woman. Danny's tone became gentler. With her around, even if you unfortunately encounter the king of deviant ghosts, you can at least cause some damage to the king of deviant ghosts before the whole army is wiped out. Then, your sacrifice won't be in vain. Erlu clenched his jaw, the muscles on his face twitching uncontrollably. His widened eyes seemed to shoot out death rays. Did the other ghosts attack you? After exchanging a few pleasantries with the night watchers, Danny asked directly. As soon as the words left her mouth, she already knew the answer. The wall was full of stains from the battle. There were bloodstains, the stench of burning corpses, and the burnt oil. Thank goodness you helped us build this wall. Elisa patted the battlements and said with a complicated expression, last night, the ghouls came like a tide. If it wasn't for the wall, Dark Castle would have fallen like the other castles. Galen, who had been promoted to the captain of the cavalry, grinned and said, there's also the dragon-tooth dagger. The wooden dragon crystal dagger that looks like an oar is very useful. It can clear a large area with a sweep of the blade. It's very effective in defending a castle. I killed about 50 ghouls by myself. If it wasn't for the fact that wielding the dragon-tooth dagger was too tiring, I could have killed even more. Those dead people didn't have weapons or armor, so they weren't hard to deal with. They were bought by us like scarecrows. Paris-Tan said in annoyance, if the Great Wall didn't collapse, the 15,000 night watchers would all be equipped with dragon-tooth daggers. The other ghosts wouldn't even be able to step into the north. Red Pomegranate looked around and said, the wall isn't the place to talk. Let's go to the hall. The main hall of Dark Castle was both a meeting room and a dining room for the night watchers to eat. In the past, due to limited manpower, the night watchers didn't have the energy to clear the 10-meter-thick snow in the yard. They would have abandoned the buildings on the ground and hid in the underground tunnel for the winter. But this winter, everyone knew that the night was coming. Everyone was on guard against the other ghosts. In order to quickly get into battle and train, the snow in the yard was cleared every day. The buildings on the ground weren't abandoned either. In fact, they couldn't be abandoned either. The number of night watchers was 10 times more than in the past. The tunnel couldn't fit that many people. We're not afraid of the normal ghouls. The night watchers with dragon crystal daggers can deal with them as easily as a knight in full armor dealing with a farmer with a hoe. But there are other ghosts hidden among the ghouls. The other ghosts can deal with the night watchers as easily as a knight dealing with a farmer. If Stannis hadn't come in time, Dark Castle would have suffered heavy casualties. Sir Elisa said with a complicated expression. He personally went to fight the other ghosts? Danny asked in surprise. No, but he has 30 winged dragons that can throw wildfire bombs and kerosene bombs. Following that, the night watchers spoke one after another, explaining to the Dragon Queen the process of fighting the deviant ghosts from last night to this afternoon from various angles. There were more than 50,000 ghouls attacking Dark Castle. There were at least 10 other ghosts hidden among them. The ghouls were like a tide, endless and endless. But Dark Castle was the main camp of the Night Watchers. There were more than 3,000 Night Watchers stationed there, including 200 knights. If there were 50,000 zombies, the Night Watchers would definitely be defeated. But the ghouls weren't zombies. Being scratched or bitten by a ghoul was no different from being scratched or bitten by a normal crazy woman. Well, the ghouls didn't carry viruses. If the Night Watchers didn't have dragon crystal daggers, the ghouls would still be alive and Dark Castle would have fallen long ago. But the night watchers had been preparing for the other ghosts for a year or two. They had at least one dragon-tooth dagger or dragon crystal spear. One slash was more effective than a knight using a normal sword to cut down a peasant. So, even if the other ghosts threw ice swords at them, the night watchers still held the line. With the 15-meter-tall wall, they blocked wave after wave of ghouls. Then, the other ghosts personally went to attack the wall. In fact, before Erlu came, the night watchers had already killed 3 other ghosts. Or rather, those 3 other ghosts tried to cross the wall but were killed by the night watchers. The night watchers held on until morning. Erlu led 30 winged dragons to the wall and only threw 2 waves of kerosene bombs. They didn't even know if they killed the other ghosts in the ghoul forest. There were about 35,000 ghouls left, and they all retreated. Danny was surprised. The winged dragon's bombs might be very effective against small soldiers, but the ghouls aren't afraid of death, and the other ghosts aren't afraid of exhaustion. There's no need for them to retreat so early. Maybe they can't see any hope of victory, but they're not stupid. They won't waste their forces for nothing, Erlu's uncle said. Danny glanced at the old green turtle and asked, Count Ismond, do you think the other ghosts will lack forces? Maybe they don't, but there's no need to waste their forces, the old man said with certainty. Danny looked around and asked, I just looked over from the eastern sea. It's empty. There's not a single other ghost. Do you know how many ghouls crossed the wall? Where's their main force now? I don't know. We received the last messenger crow from the eastern sea. There was a line of scribbled words on it, the other ghosts are attacking. There's no end to them. Be careful. Endless is an adjective. Maybe only the king of the other ghosts knows how many people died. Anyway, in my opinion, the 50,000 ghouls that surrounded Dark Castle last night were also endless. Professor Perister smiled bitterly. His Majesty Stannis took his winged dragon knights to find the main force of the other ghosts. When he comes back, we'll know the details of the other ghosts. The old green turtle laughed. I'm afraid I'll disappoint you. Danny shook her head. Stannis did indeed return disappointed. 3 hours after Danny landed in Dark Castle, Erlu took his winged dragon knights back to the top of the wall. They were far away from Whitey, and the winged dragons didn't dare to get close. I went to the eastern sea and didn't find the king of the other ghosts. In the main hall of Dark Castle, Erlu turned to look at Danny. If Danny Rise isn't the king of the other ghosts. At the head of the hall, there was a long table. Danny and Erlu sat side by side. However, the Dragon Queen had the Megalosaurus. Her reputation, power, and popularity on the wall were all better than Erlu's. Therefore, the commander-in-chief put her seat in the middle, and Erlu sat on her right. The others were divided into 4 rows according to their status. Before Danny could say anything, Commander Orissa, a loyal subject of the dragon family, was angry. Your Majesty Stannis, now that the other ghosts have crossed the wall, the 7 kingdoms are in danger. What's the point of playing this game of power? Yes, we should defend Her Majesty Danny Rise's United Ghost Resistance Front. Red Pomegranate said. A red-eyed crow flew over silently and landed on a window near the roof. Except for Danny, no one noticed it. She's really burning the wall. Erlu's face was pale. Erlu's uncle couldn't stand it anymore. Your Majesty, the Dragon Queen is examining the magic circle in the wall. You don't understand magic, so you might not understand. Erlu glared at the old turtle. I don't understand. Do you? The old turtle nodded. The Dragon Queen showed us that the Megalosaurus magic can repair the cracks in the wall. We all saw it. Her Majesty Danny Rise can indeed activate the magic circle in the wall. The knights and barons nodded. Before Erlu came back, Danny had already cleared her crime of burning the wall. Glancing at Erlu, who was grinding his teeth again, Danny asked, 50,000 ghouls besieged Dark Castle. More than 30,000 ghouls retreated this afternoon. Didn't you 30 pterosaurs follow the retreating ghouls to the main group? Chapter 754. Seeing that everyone was looking at him with anticipation, Erlu sighed regretfully and shook his head. The deviant ghosts are smarter than we thought. They split into dozens of small teams and spread out in all directions. Then they entered the snow forest and the mountains. I didn't dare to let the pterosaur lower its altitude. Soon, we lost all traces of the deviant ghost teams. After that, I wondered if the deviant ghosts could find traces of the deviant ghost army from the East Sea Watch. Sigh, in the end, I didn't find anything. Why is that? The deviant ghosts have already crossed the Great Wall. The sun has already been extinguished. Why are they still so cautious? Peristan was puzzled. I think that the army of corpses surrounding Dark Castle is just a side army. Erlu's expression became very serious. After crossing the Great Wall, the Night Watchers are no longer the main focus of the deviant ghosts. The higher-ups of the Night Watchers all had ugly expressions, but no one refuted because Erlu's words could not be refuted. Where do you think the deviant ghosts' main force went? Danny asked. Erlu said in a low voice, the group of dead people scattered their main force not because they were cautious, but because they had their own strategic plan. The deviant ghost army's target is the castle of the Duke of the North. That place has the most people. Kill all the living and turn them into an army of dead people. There are many castles. Naturally, it's more efficient to split up and attack from multiple directions. That's why they don't have a main force. If I were the deviant ghost king, I would choose this strategy. Danny smiled bitterly. This was also the situation she was most worried about. I saw many villagers in Dark Castle. Did they all escape from the deviant ghost village? She asked. Those are the villagers, merchants and prostitutes from Mole Village. The Great Wall collapsed and we received the East Sea Watch Crow. While we strengthened our defenses, we also sent someone to inform the people of Mole Village. Some came, some didn't. Those who didn't come have all become part of the deviant ghost army. Chief Commander Arissa said. Danny was silent. Erlu was silent. Other than the crackling sound of the fire in the fireplace, there was silence in the hall. After a while, Professor Peristan rubbed his face and said tiredly, Your Majesties, I wonder what plan you have for the current situation. It's difficult. Danny sighed. What's the situation at Slaves Bay now? Is the war over? Erlu glanced at her and asked softly. The alliance is now history. Danny's eyes turned into crescents as she smiled. Wow! The knights and knights of Erlu below all exclaimed in unison, looking at the Dragon Queen with eyes full of shock and admiration. With a complicated expression, Erlu asked, How much power do you plan to invest in the Westeros? Sir Barristan has formed a volunteer army at Slave Bay. The first batch of 400 elite unsullied equipped with tile armor and tile weapons have been airlifted to Dragonstone Island by Pterosaur in recent days. Gods, 400 sets of tile armor and tile weapons. There are only 300 tile swords in the entire Westeros. Everyone exclaimed again, looking at Danny with eyes that seemed to emit endless golden light, the gold of a mountain of gold. Tile armor. Erlu looked down at the old black plate armor on his body and said hesitantly, Aegon, I have a set of tile armor and black fire with me, do you want them? Sansa asked me for them last time, but I didn't give them to her. Black fire is the Targaryen clan sword. I don't care about armor and swords, do whatever you want. Danny's gaze turned sharp. But I will remember the matter of you burning Aegon to death. When the deviant ghosts are eliminated, I will settle the score with you. Erlu pursed his thin lips and said calmly, I hope we can live until that day. Cough, cough. Blacksmith Tanner coughed a few times to break the awkward silence. Your Majesty, 400 tile unsullied is a powerful force. Wouldn't it be a waste to leave them on Dragonstone Island? That's where the problem lies, Danny said in a low voice. The deviant ghosts are heading south. As long as the Seven Kingdoms aren't stupid, they will know that it's time to go all out. But if the Great Wall collapses, where should we put our forces? One-armed Tanner opened his mouth and shook his head with a bitter smile. Indeed, the Great Wall, as the first line of defense, is useless. We should build a second, third, and even fourth line of defense. Peristan was deep in thought. Where should we build a second line of defense? Winterfell? A knight frowned and asked. Winterfell is undefended, and the castle is too small. Peristan gritted his teeth. I suggest we give up on the Northern Territory and put all our forces into the valley. We should strive to build the second Great Wall through the Blood Gate. Gods! Bo and Marcy exclaimed. Professor Peristan, has your brain been eaten by the deviant ghosts? How can you say such disgraceful and stupid words? A northern knight was filled with righteous indignation and cursed loudly. There are hundreds of thousands of people in the Northern Territory. How can we give up? The rest of the knights expressed their dissatisfaction. Caw, 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 the large red-eyed crow by the window flapped its wings and cawed loudly. Everyone, quiet down and listen to me. Perestan's nose was as red as a lamp. He pressed his hands down repeatedly. When I said we should give up on the Northern Territory, I didn't mean we should give up on the people of the Northern Territory. I don't know the reason for this unprecedented calamity. But it's obvious that between us and the deviant ghosts, between the living and the dead, only one side can survive. The one who survives in the end will win. So, we are not fighting for territory with the deviant ghosts, we are competing to see who can last longer. Everyone stopped cursing and cursing. They were all deep in thought. Danny smiled and said, if the land exists and the people are lost, the people and the land are lost. If the people exist and the land is lost, the people and the land are lost. Professor Peristan, you have seen through the nature of this war. Your Majesty praises me too much. Peristan smiled bitterly and shook his head. This is the most helpless choice. Of the 17 castles on the Great Wall, only Dark Castle remained intact due to its walls. The rest of the castles have all fallen. Only the Night Watchers who climbed up the Great Wall survived. The Night Watchers are the most elite and powerful force in the Northern Territory. You can imagine what will happen to the Northern Territory's vassals who have exhausted their strength in the recent years of war. The deviant ghosts have already passed the Great Wall. Is there enough time? There are so many people, where can they move to? Sir Elisa frowned. Commander, have you studied the map of the Northern Territory carefully? Peristan smiled proudly. 90% of the Northern Territory's nobles' castles are built by the river or the sea. Really? Sir Elisa doubted. It's true. Bowen Maxey was pleasantly surprised. I didn't realize it before. Now that I think about it, Stark's Winterfell, Mandalay's White Harbor, the Bolton family's Terror Castle, even Savon City, Lonely Tomb Village, Torrin City, even the Amber family, which is closest to the Great Wall, is only a few kilometers away from Mojang. Send a message to the Northern Territory's vassals to immediately take a ship south to the Valley and the Western Territory. Danny said to the red-nosed old professor. Forget about going to the Valley, but the Northern Territory and the Western Territory. Will Lannister take us in? A Northern Territory knight asked hesitantly. Moreover, the Northern vassals might not listen to us. Sir Elisa sighed. We have to let Stark know about this. I'll go to Winterfell later. Danny turned to Erlu. You haven't said anything. What do you think? There are hundreds of thousands of people in the Northern Territory. It's impossible to move all of them. So many people will starve to death if they go to the valley and the Western Territory empty-handed. Why don't we solve the problem from the root? Killing the deviant Ghost King will end the long night. Erlu placed his hand on the hilt of his sword and looked at Danny with anticipation and hesitation. Perhaps, if we find the deviant Ghost King, we can kill it together. His Majesty Stannis has 30 pterosaurs and Her Majesty the Queen has 2 megalosaurus. It's possible to kill the deviant Ghost King. As long as we kill it, the long night will end. Everyone was excited. A smile appeared in Danny's large eyes. If we kill the deviant Ghost King together, who will the Iron Throne belong to? Whoever puts in the most effort will get it. Erlu clenched his jaw and squeezed these words out from between his teeth. Your Majesty Danny Liz, it's already like this. Paristan smiled bitterly. It's already like this, stop daydreaming. Danny waved her hand and looked at the eager crowd in the hall. Haven't you heard the story of the long night from Old Nan? The last long night lasted for an entire generation. This generation's deviant Ghost King is even stronger. How can he be killed right after crossing the Great Wall? You're a barefoot princess. You didn't even have food when you were young. Where did Old Nan come from? Pockmarked Richard complained in his heart and pointed at the red sword at Erlu's waist. His Majesty Stannis has the red sword of heroes. The last long night lasted for an entire generation because Azor and Ahai failed to forge the red sword multiple times. Now, we don't need to waste time forging the sword. As long as we find the deviant Ghost King, His Majesty Stannis can fulfill the ancient prophecy. Red Pomegranate, Red Nose, and the others nodded. That makes sense. We've all seen the power of the red sword. That sword ugh. At the end, they were all stuck. After being stunned for a moment, they looked strangely between the Dragon Queen and the red sword. It seems that the red sword can only be used to its full potential in the hands of the Dragon Queen. His Majesty Stannis, you see, at this time. Dr. Paristan muttered. Why don't we give the sword to the most capable person? Yes, yes. Elisa and the others nodded. Her Majesty Danny Rise has experience in fighting deviant ghosts alone. Let her, shut up. Richard shouted angrily. The pockmarks on his face were shining because of his anger. His Majesty Stannis is the reincarnation of Azor and Ahai. He is the savior in the Red God's prophecy. Only he has the destiny to kill the deviant Ghost King. At a time like this. Paristan muttered softly. Looking at Erlu's gloomy face, his voice became softer and softer until it was almost inaudible. Since you have the confidence to end the long night with the red sword, why did you come to me? Danny asked curiously. Erlu's expression changed. After hesitating for a while, he said bitterly, Melisandre told me that I need a magic dragon to fulfill the Asha prophecy. I don't want your dragon. Even if I wanted it, you wouldn't give it to me. Cooperate with me and create a chance for me to challenge the deviant Ghost King. I will kill it myself. If I fail, you can pick up my sword and continue, Your Majesty, you are the child of prophecy. You will never fail. Richard's face turned red as he shouted. At this time, prepare for the worst. Erlu shook his head. Are you sure you want to do this? Danny looked at Erlu and reminded him. I can tell you clearly that with just the red sword, your chances of success are very low. I am Robert's only heir and the rightful king of the Seven Kingdoms. Protecting the Westeros is my responsibility. It is also the mission I have been waiting for all these years. Erlu said firmly. Danny looked at him deeply and nodded. Okay, I agree. What? Erlu was in disbelief. I don't like you. This is the truth. But at this time. Go back and bring Aegon's armor and Melisandre here. With them, your chances of winning will increase by 10 times. 10 times? Erlu gritted his teeth. Did I only have a 10% chance of defeating the deviant Ghost King before? No. With the Tile Steel Armor and Melisandre fighting for you, you barely had a 10% chance of surviving. The idea is to survive, not to kill the deviant Ghost King. Crack, crack, crack. Erlu ground his teeth. You're tuning into the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.